And we'll go ahead and call the mid-year budget review to order. And first, kind of it says welcome and call to order. I want to welcome everybody here and let you know how much we, if I can speak on behalf of council, appreciate the job you do each and every day for our citizens, for our town. You guys do the hard work. You're the front-facing piece to all of our citizens, and I just thank you for your efforts and how you serve our citizens with excellence. With that, I'm excited today to hear about at mid-year, which this is the first time since I was on council. We may have not been included in the budget, so that as we move into our budget planning in, I guess, April, which is coming soon, maybe we have a couple hurdles out of the way as we plan for our 24-25 budget. So I'm really excited about that and thankful for everybody who is here, our chamber and dream team as well. So with that, we'll turn it over to whoever I should, which is the chamber.
Yes, sir.
Any comments from you?
Yes, sir. You covered everything.
All right. Miss Rita.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Rita Berry, and I have the great privilege of serving as the president CEO of the Greater Somerville Dorchester County Chamber of Commerce, affectionately called the Chamber, and you know why. So, but I just want to say thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. And then also I want to say thank you, a big, huge thank you for the opportunity for the partnership, because it's just been, I feel like it's just been some wonderful benefit to not just the chamber, but to the town, but also to the community as a whole. And if I may, before we get started, I'd like to give a little snippet of the history of the partnership, if that's okay. So we built the current building that we're in now in the year 2000. And so that is the first year that we started or began the partnership with the town of Somerville. We, the chamber partnered with the town to become the official visitor center, the very first official visitor center for the town. And so we have been the managers of First Impressions since the year 2000. So for 24 years, we've had that privilege. And so, and then in 2002, since we've we've noticed that we've started to grow and also maximize the opportunity of the proximity to Charleston. We hired a first tourism director, and that again through the partnership with the town. So started off as a part-time gig, and then has now evolved into a full-time position and a very integral part of our team, and also a very important piece of I feel like the culture of the town of Somerville. So today we have the privilege of just sharing with you some of the great results of just activities. But I'd like to first introduce Cassie Ford, who is our tourism director. So Cassie's doing a very wonderful job, and she has some information to share with you. And I'd also like to mention that I have our board chair this year, Michael Wood, is here with us today. And you'll see, we have some folders for you. And in the folder, in addition to the tourism information, you'll have some information about the chamber priorities for this year, and also our most just recently completed strategic plan, which the number one priority for us is a visioning planning, which I know that's later on the agenda, but just wanted to share that. So thank you again for allowing us to be a part of this, and good morning, all.
Good morning.
All right, so I have notes, so you'll have to excuse me if it looks like I'm reading. It's because I probably am. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I've got show and tell items too. So how does that better work?
just the right arrow.
The right arrow. Perfect. Okay. All right. So as Ms. Rita said, my name is Cassie Ford. I've been the tourism director now for about a year and a half. I worked with Tina Zimmerman for a couple of years before coming on. And it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed this role. So I do want to tell you a little bit about what our state has been up to. I just came back from the Governor's Conference on Tourism in Hilton Head this past week, and it was a lot of fun. Good time of networking and just learning about what our state looks like as far as tourism goes. So I learned that, well, I kind of knew this, tourism is an estimated $29 billion industry in our state. And trending upwards. PRT reported that they had another record year over last year, which is awesome news for us. It supports 1 in every 10 jobs and generates 1.8 billion in state and local taxes, which blows my mind every time I hear stats like this. And at the conference, an economist said that right now people are having a hard time buying houses, but they still want to do things like travel and they still want to spend money on experiences. So again, good news for us. So a lot of people are coming to our state, and as we've seen, a lot of people don't want to leave when they come. Since 2020, the Census Bureau reported that over 250,000 people have moved to our state. So we can take advantage of that as the heart of it all. And that is what we really focus on in our messaging at tourism. So assuming that we have done our job well, folks are likely going to come into contact with us at some point in their journey of coming here. So whether that's planning and checking out our website and social media, or coming to the visitor center, or getting that guide in the mail, we're there to support and serve them in their decision to come here. And there are 3 areas of focus that we focus on in tourism when we're serving our visitors. So the first area is marketing and advertising. The second is the visitor center. And the second is community and partner engagement. So I'll quickly go over each of these and kind of talk about what we've been doing. And then, you know, these are initiatives that we're continuing throughout the year. So the first is our organic and digital marketing. So in the envelopes that y'all will get, it has the stats that I'm about to spit out at you guys. So you don't have to try to remember these numbers or anything, but we've seen really great growth. So our organic and digital marketing encompasses our day-to-day content creation, filming, copywriting, and maintaining all of our platforms. And again, continuing to promote that messaging of being at the heart of it all, and the birthplace of sweet tea and all of the other fun things that we cover, dream events and stuff like that. And I'll just share some stats. So the website, which is visitsomerville.com, we increased our page visits by 48% in the last year and 27% increase in page views. Instagram grew by 31% in followers with 2.28 million impressions. Our Instagram handle is @visitsomerville if you guys are on Instagram. Facebook grew by 1,193 new followers, and that was a 21% increase from last year. We're continuing to improve our SEO all the time by adding new blog posts and maintaining our event page and all of that good stuff. So that's the organic digital marketing front. And those are our handles, as I said earlier. We also cover PR, marketing, and advertising. So just a quick rundown, we were in 12 different publications last year, amounting to several 100,000 impressions. I'm sorry, copies, physical copies of magazines. And we made an appearance in the Towns podcast. The Chamber magazine worked with a handful of bloggers and writers to assist them in working on highlighting different aspects of Somerville. A lot of these bullets have digital components to them as well, not just print. And majority of our advertising funds come from SDPRT's tourism advertising grant. And then the additional match which y'all put in this past year. We're super grateful for that. That's how we were able to achieve all of this past year. So the next thing I'll just show you is we had a door cling, we still have a door cling in the Welcome Center in Landrum. Thousands of people walk through these doors every day. So it's super, I love it. It's super pretty in person too. Did I skip something? think we skipped something. My notes are crazy. Anyway, so on the left there, that is an example of an ad that we ran in a magazine, and the QR code that's on there is trackable. So I can see, you know, okay, every time somebody scans this, I know that they came from this specific ad. The ad on the right is a social media ad. I don't know where my notes went on that page. But it was, oh, there it is, a super, super successful ad that we ran. We are running a similar one right now, again with tag funds. We got 40,000 clicks on this one, 1.8 million impressions. So great results. People also got to, when they clicked through, they got to request a free guide. I'll talk more about our guides in just a second. Okay, so these are our geo targets. These are areas that we're targeting either through print or digital. Wherever we can, we're going to try to target people when it makes sense and where it makes sense. So we do primarily work on our inner drive markets: North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, upstate, Virginia, Tennessee, and Florida. So that's geo targeting. And then we also target by interests. We target print and digital wherever it makes sense. One thing that's not on there is retirees. We see a lot of retirees coming into the visitor center looking for a place to either play or a place to relocate. And they are usually making that trip up the coast, figuring out where they want to plant roots for the next phase in their life. So love welcoming them. Some print materials and swag, that's another thing that we cover. Visitor guides, rack cards, tour brochures, promotional items, trail guides, and large maps. By far, those visitor guides are what we send out the most. These guides are in 9 welcome centers across the state. So we are constantly replenishing and giving those out to them so that they can give those out at the welcome centers. It's also displayed in brochure racks across the Charleston metro area through advertising display service. So if you ever see those racks with brochures in hotels and stuff like that, our guide is there. Next. Okay, so this is the next area of focus, the visitors. It's home to the mural that everybody loves to come and get a picture with. It is the first stop that people make when they come to town if they choose to physically come in. Some people like to just check things out incognito, and they will go on the website, they'll interact, you know, through social media and DMs and email and stuff like that. But sometimes they come to the visitor center too. The visitor center this past year joined the Front Porch program, which is the SCPRT's program that connects us with the 9 welcome centers and their managers, allowing them to kind of communicate with us and learn more about what we're doing, and just it gives them more information to be able to point people to Somerville. I had the opportunity to sit with each of these teams of 9 welcome centers this fall, and it was really cool. Just being able to sit and like talk to the people who are talking with visitors, hundreds of thousands of visitors every year, and getting their perspective. It was really interesting. Our visitor center is now on TripAdvisor as an official visitor center. We also get really good reviews on Google. Proud of that. The ladies at the visitor center are really what make the visitor center so awesome. You know, the ladies behind the desk, they have all of the information, they give that warm welcome. But they also fulfill our requests for the guides every week. Go over some numbers on that. And again, this is in those packets that you guys will have. These are 2023 numbers. So we had 5,586 visitors walk through the door of the visitor center. That's about the same as we had last year. And then visitor guides mailed was 6,980, and that was an 86% increase from the year before. So almost doubled our numbers with visitor guides, which is exciting. Our relocation and visitor guides mailed were 449. So the chamber provides a relocation guide for anybody who wants to consider relocating here. Springtime is our busiest time for visitors coming in. But of course, you know, we're getting requests for information through to areas mostly October, November, December, March, April, May. And I would love to one day, maybe hopefully be able to follow up with these leads through email. But right now they're getting visitor guides. So the last thing is our community partner engagement. And that is basically everybody in our community making a great experience for our guests. So that's our hotels, that's our restaurants and businesses and our locals. They're what makes Somerville so sweet and so attractive to our visitors. So it's really important for us in tourism to make sure that we're engaging everybody in our community so that they can also be a welcoming place for our guests. So we have the Sweet Tea Trail. This is something that was developed years ago. So the physical trail itself starts at 26, like right here, actually. And it takes you down Trolley Road down to 61, and it kind of gives you a scenic route to take to get to Charleston. So instead of just taking 26, come stop in through Somerville, check out what we have here. That's the Sweet Tea Trail, the physical trail. We have a trail guide, which helps people explore the trail. So you can eat, drink, and shop all the way through the Sweet Tea Trail. The guide kind of works like a passport. All of the participating restaurants and stores have a sweet tea related item. And once somebody comes in, either makes a purchase, or if it's a mural that they've taken a picture at, they get a stamp in their book. And they come to the visitor center and redeem the book for prizes. So 4 stamps gets you a sweet tea sticker. 8 gets you a tea towel. And then 12 gets you an official Birthplace of Sweet Tea shirt. So it's just a fun way for people to come and collect swag and have a good time through Somerville. And it engages everybody who's in there. And like I said, there's 36 stops. So that's a lot of togetherness. Okay, next is the Somerville Bed and Breakfast Association's Porch Stroll. So this is the 3rd year that they've done the Porch Stroll. The 2 previous years were in summertime, and they were great, a little warm, but beautiful. The gardens were gorgeous. This past year, they decided that they wanted to do a holiday porch stroll and include trolleys. And bringing trolleys back to Somerville is something I'm winking. That would be really awesome. One day, hopefully. But it was a huge success. They raised $6,960 for Katie's Crops. And it was the Low Country Trolley Company that brought the trolleys out, and they sold tickets out in 36 hours. So it was a great event. Next was the live window display. We partnered with Parks and Rec to hold the live windows. Better Homes and Garden Real Estate won first place. And it was just such a sweet night. It was so much fun to watch people enjoy our town and just spend time downtown. And it's something that we do love to promote, especially as we continue to add things like the Santa sleigh and the snow and all of that. It just makes for a sweet time. Next is the Hold My Tea Bar Crawl and Sweet Tea Cocktail Contest. So this happens during the week leading up to the Sweet Tea Festival. Last year we had 10 bars and restaurants participating. Each bar and restaurant had to come up with a cocktail that had a sweet tea component, and their location was listed on a bingo card, and participants could come try the drinks, get bingo, and then come up to the visitor center for a t-shirt, for the bar crawl t-shirt. So it was a week-long thing. We don't want anyone to try to do this in one day. Too much. But yeah, it was a good, it was really good. We had 60 people come complete their bingo cards. So 60 people went and had all those drinks throughout a week, came up to the visitor center, got their shirt, and some people didn't even get a shirt because we ran out, but they got swag instead. So now we know we need to order a few more shirts. But that's a good problem. And then finally, we do a lot of promotions and giveaways here and there. So we do partner with businesses to give away something like we did an axe throwing session a couple of months ago. We do Flower the Ville, which is where we'll just put together like 5 to 10 bouquets of flowers and we place them around town strategically and people have to go find them. And this says "Take me" on the tag. So it's just super sweet. It says, "Please enjoy these flowers from the Flower Town in the Pines." So yeah, that's just another way we stay out on the ground in the town. Yeah, that is everything that I have. Thank you for letting me talk about tourism.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Miss Rita or Miss Cassie?
I'd just like to acknowledge them, because last time we had the meeting there and I went through the rec, I learned a lot. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate y'all's partnership and what y'all do for us, so thank you. All right, with that, we have Steve with an update on Dream.
Can I ask one quick question really quick?
Absolutely.
Do y'all have analytics that y'all use in-house or contract that out to see which magazines are working? It was a lot of digital or print sources that you have, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
But do you look and evaluate each year which are working and which are not working?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I work very closely with all of the magazine reps that we use, that we work with. So for example, Southern Living, Wendy is our rep. She will help us pick out which magazine will work. Like, so each magazine has different markets. And so, you know, it might look like the same magazine across the country, but it's actually catered toward a specific region. And then once we've chosen the region, and they have these little postcards inside where you check a box for more information. And people put in their name and their address and their contact information, and they send that into Southern Living. And then they send that out. Southern Living processes that and then gets it to us. So we are able to know that, okay, this Southern Living magazine, this specific issue went to this region, this many people, you know, based on distribution, say it's 365,000 for a specific region. This many people, this is how many leads we got from that publication. Does that make sense? Right.
So you're basing that information on, you're using that to determine if you renew each.
Yes.
Steve?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Let me step back and saying this. I say hello from Katie DePapi, who is our board chair, who cannot be here today. Her son is ill, so she sends her regards. So those who know 50% max, wish warm thoughts about that. Look, part of my job, chance to say this right now, the work that the Chamber of Commerce does helps enhance the things that we're doing and vice versa. And so it's a great partnership. And what we find is that the work that's happening in tourism helps to draw into some of our points here that you're going to hear that Dream is working on. We thought we'd take the same approach and talk about Dream holistically, kind of some of the things that we've done and stats that are there, and give you a vision for what we're looking at for the future. When we talk about Dream, we talk about, you know, just the word dream, all the different dreams that are out there, all the people that come to us with their new dreams, all the dreams that we have, and all the stuff that are made into it. When you have a dream, you don't take any action with it, it just stays a dream. And so we're working really hard to make sure that we're processing dreams into reality and working with you and in tandem with that to find a better way to do different things. Dream in and of itself is a cohort of small businesses and micro businesses. Now I gotta adjust that term there, because people say, what are micro businesses? We call them vendors, but if you call them vendors, it feels like they're just kind of out there doing something fun and cute. The reality is They're small businesses or micro businesses trying to grow into bigger businesses and likewise. So I use that term micro business all the time. Provide economic vitality, direct to consumer marketing and outreach, merchant district landscapes and entertainment. Dream also enhances small business profile and associates. We celebrate the shop, small shop, local atmosphere. Like that's the backbone of Somerville, is small businesses. We understand that. We're having a large industry around us that brings a lot of good work, a lot of good neighborhoods. But when we come down to it, our small businesses, what we're talking about, we got to figure out a way to give them a competitive advantage as well. Dream, we believe in the I am because we are philosophy. And that's something we borrowed from a lot of great coaches, and you know, it's a wonderful philosophy you find in a lot of nations where I hurt when you hurt, I celebrate when you celebrate. And so it's a rising tide moment. And that's something that we've been drumming into everybody. And it seems to play large. It seems to find that with my store doing well, and I stay open a certain amount of hours, if I'm not open during the day, if I'm not open when you're open, there's less people likely to come downtown. So we're finding that that's been a good philosophy. And of course, being true to the town of Somerville, our goal is to hold true to our community core values and history while welcoming new businesses. We coined the phrase, keep it Somerville, keep it alive, keep it downtown, keep it beautiful, keep it local, keep it Somerville. So at the same time, we know our history, we know where we planted our seeds a long time ago. But we want other people to come in with innovation, with great ideas, but we want to make sure that we match those two together and that we're not forcing the, off of those things. So that's just some of the dream thoughts or components that we have up there. Just real quick, values of dreams, efficiency, effectiveness and efficiency in business community as a collaborator. We try to find those win-wins along with our partners, like the Chamber of Commerce, like all you good folks here at the town, other small businesses, other folks that can kind of find their way into things, so we can find the best solutions so we can move forward. We work real hard to try and find trends versus fads. I know that there's always the hottest thing in the world. Remember Beanie Babies? We all love Beanie Babies. 1,000 years ago, it was the best thing in the world. Now, if you have a Beanie Baby, you can give them to your puppies because that's what they are. It's just little true toys, right? And I'm not trying, if anybody here invests in Beanie Babies, don't feel mad at me. Trends, fads, that type of thing. So we want to make sure that we're helping with that. Micro businesses, research and development. It's very expensive for somebody who owns their own business to say, I'm going to put everything into my business. I'm going to get my shingle hung up. I'm going to get my doors open, the lights on, pay all my taxes. And am I doing something that's right? Am I doing something that works? And so Dream works with small businesses, try and work with them on their research and development to say, what is the next trend, fad? Where are you connecting with customers? How are the best ways to kind of position your wares or your services? So we work real hard with that. And of course, with downtown, we like this phrase. It's a beautiful book, The Great Good Place. So Somerville in and of itself is a special place for each of us. We're trying to make sure that our customers and people that are coming downtown understand that. We have great parks, we're a safe community. We know that people are working hard to make sure this is a great place. You can build your business here because it is a great, good place. And so those are some of the trends and things that we work off of when we're talking about this being our hub. I should say here, downtown has been the core function for a long time. It was established in '92 when downtown was 18% vacancy. Now we've really expanded beyond that, where downtown is still that hub, but we want to make sure that our other small businesses are finding their ways as well, so all our communities are strong. Downtown, our dream stands for downtown redevelopment, economic and management. We needed an A, so the and had to come in there someplace. It made sense so you could spell out dream, yes? Dream's been reinventing itself over the past 5 years, working with a really dynamic board and with friends here. And we now have 5 new objectives: development, relationships, entertainment, aesthetics, and marketing. So those are the terms, those are the things that we're working off of, and it just happens to spell dream. I don't know how that came together. But at the end of the day, that's where you're going to see what we're building towards. Each one of these 5 core developments. still means that downtown is still important to us. That's where our heart of our small businesses are. But if that's what the energy is, we need to be able to expand that. So Oakbrook and Knightsville and Brownburg and all the other communities in town are finding those other places because, guys, we're about at capacity in downtown for storefronts, which is a really good thing. People, we need to put them in other places. So with development, we've taken a little bit of a different look at things. We're working with different private investors and development groups in town to kind of reimagine or look at our history and hospitality to kind of reimagine that into other opportunities. You know, this is who we are. You know, look, y'all, we have great manufacturing outside our borders and in our counties and in our neighboring communities where there's big spaces of land and you can do that stuff. We're not going to find massive manufacturing in the middle of Somerville. It's going to be impossible. What we do have is we have a history of hospitality. We have a history of being entertainment. So let's go ahead and harp on that and find those type of components that'll fit within there. Working on what's possible. We like when people want to come to the community and make investments. It's always fantastic. We always get really good people that want to come in and do things. But we also want to make sure that Dream is helping position the things that are possible, things that have been discussed in these rooms and around kitchen tables and all over Somerville to say, hey, this is possible. Let's go find investors. Potentially somebody wants to come in and do something like that. You'll see some of these things today in some of the stuff that we've been working on. Some of the core components that we find that are important: retail incubator and business development center. This is something that we started talking about a year ago and got a really nice reception from council and from other folks. We know there's a lot of great tech innovation that's happening out there. You could have those in a lot of different places. And even here next in the area and all that, finding those workspaces are growing rapidly. What we have is we have other folks that are working in their garages and in their living rooms and in their dining rooms. They have this great retail idea or this next passion or this next creative moment, and to find those spaces are getting a little more difficult, and they need that extra help. They need that business school. They need to work with the Chamber of Commerce and with SCORE and with Dream and with other organizations. And so if we could find them in the right locations where they could afford the rent, where they could work with other common folks that are trying to do the same thing. An incubator idea is something that we've been working on for now the past couple of years, and you'll see that in a second. The farmers market, we've been blessed for the past 3-4 years to work with the farmers market and inherited a fantastic thing from our parks. This has grown so much. I can tell you we're about to go through the review process for this year's farmers market, and we have well over 235 applicants for about 90 spaces. Every year, year over year, it's growing and growing and growing. And every year, come October, November, I'm going to get pulled aside by a lot of our farmers and our artisans, especially food vendors. And they're going to say, we don't want to close up shop. We want to continue and do something year round. So we have to make sure that's an important thing. Talk about micro businesses that are just growing. No pun intended when we're talking about farmers. Something like that, looking for a year-round farmers market. Downtown infill projects, Somerville manufacturing, even though we're not talking about major manufacturing, there's still micro manufacturing and some boutique manufacturing that can happen. There's a demand for that. We're in conversations right now with a couple of companies potentially to come to town for that. Entertainment and edutainment, having those components, we're seeing that. We have homegrown entertainers that are coming out all the time. We have, what was it, Chris Bryant, Mayor, I think. I'm talking to other people about Rita and I are meeting to talk and having him. He has his new album, Somerville, that has come out. So we're in negotiations. We'll potentially bring him here. Maybe I'll talk to you about that later on.
Chase Bryant.
Chase Bryant.
So
I like both types of music, country and Western. I can't keep them both. Then redevelopment, we would like to have a conversation about reintroducing or having a conversation about an opportunity to do a redevelopment authority or investment fund or something within that hybrid solution. We know there's state laws that allow for that. We know that there's different ways of looking at it, but to be able to find an opportunity so that we can work together get ahead of some projects when we see that there's an opportunity potentially there to bring in investors before, it turns into something that's stalled or delays in economic growth. The marketplace. So I talked to you about this being one of the high component issues for us right now. We're calling it the marketplace concept and business incubator development. This is something that's been inspired by other places you've been overseas and other parts of our state or other states, where you have a marketplace coming in and people have their individual storefronts inside the marketplace. Not just 10 by 10 tents, they actually have their storefronts inside that building. They have that property. We feel like we're pretty darn close to getting private investment in to do something like this. I want to stress that right here. There's private investment opportunities for this to happen so that we can get something done. Now it's going to need some partnership. It's going to, they'll want to talk about investment dollars and what the town can do and can't do and what the rules and regulations are. All that has to come before you, of course. But we're really working with this, with a gathering space, inspiration for cottage industries or even smaller folks that are looking for just more unique things like artisans and other things. And then the home, we're pleased to say that the home to South Carolina's premier food and beverage. We have a lot of chefs and people that are doing distilling and other things that we're looking to put into this to kind of make a great combination. Now, again, this is all this conceptual, but I thought it was important today, show you what Dream's been working on. And as we're putting that out there, I'll answer any questions that I can afterwards. Space itself, we're looking at something that's unique enough that fits within Somerville. Now, we're not talking about putting something in the historic district, because in the historic district, there's other rules, regulations, but somewhere within the greater downtown. And yes, we've identified a couple of properties. And yes, we have a couple interested property owners that would like to see something like this on their property. So essentially something that's open and airy and has its space, that has a lot of individual storefronts to it. They could have a major tenant on one end of it, have room for other things. You can tell that we've been really working hard at not only Dream, instead of just talking about it, let's put resources in coming up with the concept and with the development. So we're kind of down there with just in the core concept or design phases right now of what this might be. For the first time in a long time, and we've been at it for a little over a year now, all the stars are aligning for something like this to happen. We have willing and interested landowners. We have private investment coming in. We have town of Somerville, and we've had some discussions with Jessie and her team and a little bit with some of the other folks around the table to kind of suss that out a little bit. We haven't had anything official put before anybody, but we want to make sure we're having all these conversations. We have world-class designers. We have Dream involved with this, and with all these things, we now have something that we can put before cultivate and expand prospects for diverse business ownerships and kind of create this collision center that we've been discussing. So that's a lot of things to kind of put out there to be able to say, this is an example of where we're going. We're talking about business development. Instead of having a dream, doing nothing about it, we're trying to take a dream and make something into a reality that works for a lot of folks. Relationships, we are blessed because you can't do this by yourself. A rising tide lifts all boats, right? So we're blessed to have the relationship that we have with the town that's been put in place for many, many, many years. Right now, the fee-for-service contract that's in place helps us gives us the energy and the predictable funding that we need in order to leverage that with other type of resources. So now we can say we can go find sponsors. We have our community partners, we have the folks that come in. But we know that the doors can stay open, the lights can stay on, and we can make the investments that we need that are there. But we work with just about everybody in this room. I mean, everybody in this room. You can't have a dream event and not see one of the officers or firefighters out there. Work with parks almost on the daily on a lot of different things, all the stuff that we come before you guys. So we're grateful for all those things, and with our friends at the Y and with the Chamber of Commerce. So we recognize that, and we also recognize that, hey, our friends are our friends. So when there's questions or a need that happens, we can leverage that conversation and say, hey, wait, we know who to put you in front of, or we know who to go get the answers from. It's been a really good thing. Entertainment. Third Thursdays tonight, by the way, if anybody wants to come out, and it happens every month. The farmers market starts on the first Saturday in April and will run for 36 weeks. We have the Christmas parade in December, Sweet Tea Festival, we have Shop Small Days, and we have all kinds of other things. And with the support of council, this is a good point. And with the support of council and with the works from leadership here in Parks and others, for 3 years in a row, we had ice skating rink here in town. It's still being talked about to this day. We served in 3 years, as an example, over 21,000 guests came to the ice skating rink. And we were open on average of 7 weeks. I mean, it was great fun. Not necessarily for me crawling underneath the machine every night, trying to adjust things, but at the same time, it was a good thing. We're seeing numbers, we do geofencing for all our events, and so to give you an idea of what these mean, some of the impacts, you'll hear me repeat this a little bit. For example, we know that on an average Saturday at the farmers market, anywhere between 1,300 and 2,300 people visit the farmers market on every Saturday. We know that on average, on third Thursday, we're averaging anywhere between 1,800 to 2,500. Sometimes it spikes up a little higher in like July on third Thursdays. So we know what that is, and we'll talk about marketing here in a moment. We know what that kind of translates to also because we're tracking that back. So all the events and all the stuff that go on happen, and they happen because of the work that we do together. And it's great seeing people coming out and celebrating our town. It's such a great atmosphere. I can't speak for the Chiefs, but I know that every December we all look at each other at the Christmas parade and go, okay, is it gonna rain? No, let's go. So that's usually what you'll hear out there. We're working on some new things. We have some business expos and we have a big band night that we're working on, a Lawrence Welk type of night. We have game show nights, other things, so you'll see that. And we're also introducing other events like the Sweet Tea golf outing that was introduced last year. Again, we're trying to make sure that we're leveraging our resources in order to build opportunities for small businesses to match up with what's happening here. Aesthetics. We're introducing 2 initiatives this year. One we're reintroducing called Flower of the Town. And that one is actually very, very real. Years ago, we would have hanging baskets. There's still brackets on there. We've already purchased hanging baskets. There's about 28, 30 different hanging baskets that have already been purchased. We're going to have a planting day. We're in negotiations right now with organization for maintenance and upkeep. Our big goal for Flower to Town is to find a re-enhancement of all of downtown. To match up with the works and resources being put into Main Street, we want to continue or build upon that in the downtown and ultimately build upon it going into Azalea Park and other things, which will help tourism, which will help local pride and have a lot of other stuff with it. So Flower of the Town, what we're looking at is having that launch. Hopefully, our goal is to have everything planted and ready and done right before the Flower Town Festival. And then maintain that throughout the whole year, and then ultimately bring in some more stuff. But the Pikes Peak Sacred Initiative is something that we're going to want to be talking with. We want to piggyback off the good work that Jesse's been doing and the research that's been out there to say that our tree inventory has gone down, but it's gone down in a lot of ways because of development. So what ways can we work on? We're going to put together some plans to work in conjunction with you and with Parks to say what opportunities are out there. So for example, Christmas time, when you're buying your Christmas tree, maybe making your donation to plant another tree or some other things that we could kind of help with. And we feel like there's a really cool way to kind of do that with some of our merchants in downtown and draw some energy into that. Well, let me go back to Flower of the Town Initiative here for a hot second. We started looking at this, and instead of just putting up flowers and saying we like flowers, this is a good thing. And when we call ourselves Flower Town, we need to have flowers. We love the azaleas, but they're only here for a month maybe, or give or take. But we need to have flowers. And so the goal was we started looking at, well, let's just talk about one street, one corridor, one component. And instead of just putting flowers on there, how can we reactivate that? So we looked at Central, Short Central or Central from end to end, depending on how you want to do that. We looked at where all the connection points were for that. We went ahead and got some inspiration. What can this be? Art, flowers, what themes could be around this thing? Sweetgrass basket seems to be a great theme. Flowers all over the place. So we started talking about, okay, let's take it to the next level. What concepts can we put out there? Now, again, folks, these are just ideas and concepts. There's nothing else out there, but we just want to kind of put that before you and say, are we going in kind of a direction that seems to make sense? One of the thoughts where he said, well, look, if we take Short Central, maybe there's an entertainment zone that we could have at the end of the block. It's already, it's not a pedestrian only as it is today. We have some other baskets and redo our trees and some other things. We can make that look pretty nice and it would be good. The other thought is, well, if we're going if we're in for an inch, let's go in for a mile and say, perhaps we could start talking about a greater model for what that could be. We have all these other spaces and we have willing partners in our private owners, these properties and with the town. Can we find the resources to do this type of stuff? Now, Dream's working on grants. We're working on other ways to fund this. We're talking to sponsors. We're talking to a lot of stuff. And we've already made the initial purchases because of the works that are out there to do at least initial planting. But we wanted to give an example of perhaps what could happen. That's one end of the block. The other end of the block would be kind of Short Central. So if we talk about, well, our gateways, our avenues, where we do, this is our Short Central district or however we want to define that. We have some room, we could clean that up. Well, we also have landscape there that says, well, if we go just another extra step where we already don't have parking, there's already, you can see that there, we just enhance that curve cut, put a little bit more into it, we can make something that looks really dynamic. So this is the phase again, when we're talking about development and we're talking about aesthetics, we're talking about things. These are things that Dreams have been working on and for the past year or so to talk about and say, does this make sense? Can we start doing these types of things? Where does it all happen? One of the components that we talked about going back here for a hot second was we noticed, we said, look, not infinite amount of resources coming out of the town. We're not going to demand. There's no way we could find some other things. One of the things that did stand out to us when we go on when talking about development and things, you and I need to talk about this. We noticed that the town still owns that piece of property that's right there across from Shuck and Shack. It's not very big, it's about 1,500 square feet, maybe 2,000 square foot. There's a potential there, and I'm just mentioning it today. Potential there for maybe there's some info project that we can work on together with Dream. And if we can do something there and do it the way that maybe makes sense and works for the town, resources from something like that small could help offset the costs for doing the landscaping project that's out there. So it would be it would be a two-headed type of thing. We would be doing an info project potentially, just as an idea to put it out there. We're putting something back on the tax rolls, having some more retail and some business, some office space in there. And we'd be able to do that funding potentially in the conversation and put that into landscaping and hardscaping, just to show you that we're trying to think globally on this. Marketing. Somerville's doing the iDream entertainment, so investment, inspiration, involvement, integrity. Working on different components to kind of bring in some of our conversation pieces. We're investing heavily into videos, into digital stuff, and as you heard from the chamber and from Visit Somerville Digital, it's obviously all over. You're going to start seeing more and more impressions on your devices as we start growing that. Working on a program called Dream Masterclass, and essentially what that is bringing in small businesses owners and having conversations about what was successful, what wasn't, how can we learn from that, and putting that forward out there so new entrepreneurs and folks are interested in getting into business can hear all that. We have monthly videos, magazines, production pieces, all the other stuff. I will say this, in all the stuff that we're doing right now over the past year, we've been able to invest in geofencing where we've picked mobile IDs and as an example, And right now, we have over 178,000 individual mobile IDs in our system. Now, how do we pick them? When you come to an event downtown, we walk to that geofence, that's when we get the mobile ID. Now, a lot of people have privacy blockers on and other things, but we've done pretty good with that. What we're finding is now we're able to serve over an average of 130,000 images each month, and so we have better data-driven connections to it. Some of the other things that we'll find is that the way that we're talking about things is we're not just talking about, we don't talk about Dream. You can't buy anything from Dream. We're talking about our small businesses. We're going back to customers with a more robust messaging. We have an app that we established called Shop Somerville app that gives you more information as well. So download your Shop Somerville app, because within another couple of months, you're going to get free coupons on that app as well. And we're still bringing everything back to keep it Somerville when we're talking about these things. But some of the notes that I did want to get to was within all that. Here are some of the highlight stuff that we like to talk about. With the farmers market, again, over 75,000 visitors, to the market. Third Thursdays on the higher end there. We served over 1.3 million impressions or ads within the system or that throughout the year. Hyper focus on small businesses. Our click-through rate is 0.13%. The average national rate for click-through, when you see an ad and you click on it, is 0.08. So the ads that we're serving are animated ads or something engaging and it's drawing them into that. We monitor, that's the other thing too, we monitor the return rate. On average, if you come to an event downtown, we're getting a 3-to-1 return rate for people actually coming back down to go dining and shopping. And our return rate, just so I can say this out loud, you literally have to walk into a store, into the restaurant. That's the only way we know that you came back downtown. 3-to-1 ratio. So if you think about that, if you have that type of ratio coming in down here, now our marketing efforts are 52,000 visitors that we put our arms around on return rate alone. Then if you make a conversion of, let's say they spend only $25, well, I mean, then that means that you didn't bring your family with it. If you spend $25 on average, we can put our heads around maybe $1.3 million worth of actual spend. Now, that's part art, part science, but just to show you that we know where people are coming in and we know where they're shopping. Some of our top performing return places don't have an event in front of their door. Don't have an event in front of their door, which is actually reassuring for us because then we know that they're using it entire downtown. I babble out like a monkey in a rock, and you guys know, a lot of you know me, I try and talk fast. Let me give it to you in black and white. The development, we really do want to look at, I think there's a conversation that needs to be had eventually, partnership for redevelopment authority, development zones, where, how can we get stuff to manufacturers, other folks coming into town to fill the voids or to find where we could find some more investment. Relationships, I always say this, either wearing the coat or riding the coattails. We're going to all continue to work together and wear the coat together so that we're all working together to enhance lots of things. Entertainment, we're working on a sound stage. We're working on a recording studio for our entertainers and podcasts and other things. We're working on locations today. They say I have a face for radio and a voice for a Muppet, so I don't think I'm going to be invited in there to perform, but that's okay. Then aesthetics, we talked about some of the aesthetics and placemaking that we want to look at there. And then again, in marketing, our goal is to tell our story. This is Somerville. I don't want people coming in here redefining who we are, what we do, but to come in and help to enhance that in a much more robust way. That's Stream. I'm sorry, I tried to go as quick as I can.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions for Steve? All right.
One quick question, I apologize. What was some of your ideas for the small lot beside Shop and Show? You mentioned that
Or some of the ideas we have there, we feel real confident and we like this, that there's room in there for a first floor retail potentially, and a couple floors. It should be a 2-3-story building. We could have some class A office space or some other needs, but those are just, again, early stage concepts, just to put before and say, there's a potential here.
Anything else for Steve? All right, well. As we move into the next topic, I wanted to give somewhat of a preamble. You know, as a town, a couple things that I've recognized, I think we've all discussed for a period of time, is that we haven't necessarily been moving in one singular direction. We haven't always provided very clear direction to our staff from a strategic standpoint. We haven't created a lot of consistency for us, which would be the most efficient way for us to serve our citizens. We recognize that we have very constrained resources. There are way more needs to meet the expectations of our citizens than the revenue that we generate as a town. And the way we do improve that is by strengthening our community, strengthening the quality of life of our community, strengthening our business community. And that was a real reason that, you know, Chamber and Dream both participate in our funding streams. And that's why I wanted them to present today, so that we see what they're working on to help strengthen our business community. But I also wanted to start a conversation, and Steve and Rita, I kind of wish y'all had a chair close by. But I want to talk about how do we get focused on what we need to do to meet the expectations of our citizens. And I think the first step in that is to understand what our citizens really want us to provide them. What do they want us to deliver them? And I think it was 2014, we went through a very heavy effort. So that's 10 years ago. We went through an extremely heavy effort with our partners at the Chamber and Dream to develop what was called the vision plan. And we still have the vision plan, but I think since I have been on council, we've not spent time really working towards that vision plan. So what I hope to do is to work with our partners on picking up the existing vision plan, coordinating with our community, and really I'm seeking the Chamber and Dream to do the organization of this, because each and every one of you have jobs that require a lot of your time to serve our citizens. But to engage the community, to reestablish what the vision is that they want for us to work on. And as we move into next year, we develop a strategic plan around that vision so that we have actionable steps and a consistent direction that is not going to be emotionally driven, but driven by the fact that we know where we want to go, our citizens want us to go, and here are the steps to get us there. So with that, Ms. Rita, Jesse, I know because of the comprehensive plan, you know, any visioning is going to have to align with our comprehensive plan, our land use plan. It has to also align with what we need from a bicycle and pedestrian standpoint. I think we heard a lot of public comment last week about that. And we need to have an organized approach because we can't do it all at once. We need to have a prioritized, logical approach to solving the challenges to make this community more bicycle and pedestrian friendly, with the intent of creating an opportunity for people who want to be downtown, the look and feel of downtown to be consistent so that our businesses can thrive. And then we generate revenue for us to meet the expectations of our citizens. So it's kind of like a circular thing that, but we need to know where our citizens want us to go. So Jesse, Rita, I want this to be an open discussion. Council who participated in the vision plan, I want to know what your thoughts are on how we get our vision reestablished so that it's in a place where we can adopt it and then put a plan behind it. So anybody who participated in the vision planning process?
Put your hand up there.
Okay, so from that, I mean, we had parks and recreation goals, land use goals. I mean, there's business, aesthetics, transportation. So a little bit of everything. So I wasn't there. I heard about it. I know what it looks like today. It needs to be picked up and dusted off, but how do we get that moving forward? Is my question for everybody.
I think there was a lot of good input. I think the participants were people that were looking forward and wanted some things that don't exist in town. Afterwards, I get the feeling that maybe a lot of people in town weren't ready for that. So it kind of got quiet afterwards. But I do think we need to look at it, and I think the town is ready. I mean, we've got Nexton now, that wasn't even a dream. And this is definitely part of town that's a little different than town. And we need to accept that and build on it. And regardless what we or others want, Nexton seems to be what the population coming wants. Would it be for me? No. I like the downtown. And I think we need to preserve that and keep it what it is and keep it protected within its boundaries. And the people here will always have something to go back to that most cities don't have. I mean, you know, so.
I think that, it's actually several of the things that we came up with have been implemented, which is great. Hutchinson Square, for example, wonderful. But I think we need to go back, look at it, and then reprioritize what we would like to see, and perhaps even have another open type forum of residents coming in and weighing in on maybe like the top 10 things, top 20 items, and go back and look at it and anyway,
I'd love to see maybe Chamber and Dream put out several public meetings for the public to come and give their input and their thoughts, even the bike walk pedestrian or Somerville group and the committees, and have them all have an opportunity for everyone in Somerville to come out and give input to this.
Absolutely. And I think to the points that I'm hearing and something that Steve said, we're not trying to change Somerville. We're trying to, we know that historic downtown is a unique place. We know that the Brownsville community is a unique place. We know that Oak Brook on the Ashley is a unique place, but we want to understand what the community envisions for that space and then start working towards delivering on those expectations in a prioritized and strategic fashion. Ms. Rita, you had mentioned that one of the top priorities for you in this coming year was a countywide vision plan. And as you know, our municipal borders are highly inconsistent. So if we do anything that is just within our municipal borders, it doesn't make any sense because it's not going to look and feel consistent for our citizens or our visitors. So I think we certainly have to have the county, of course, involved through this process. Can you explain how y'all are approaching that priority this year and what we could do?
Then you can see that on the list that I shared with you, it is the number one priority for this year is to support a countywide vision plan. And the reason why, we say countywide is because, for that reason, is because the needs, Somerville's in 3 different counties, but predominantly in Dorchester County. There are needs, excuse me, that are greater than just the town of Somerville. So, and since we serve the business community and all of Dorchester County, we just find that we just need to expand it more than just within our own footprint here. I'm not sure how many, I think several of you have been on some intercity visits with us. We were hosting those before COVID, and the purpose of that was to to be prepared for Volvo when they came into town. So our first intercity visit was to Greer and Greenville. And we also took the opportunity to visit with their historic downtown. We had to, the main thing was to also, in future visits, was to find a successful, a thriving historic downtown. And that's near a metropolitan area. And how do they maximize and capitalize on opportunities as they relate to that? So, so we've done a series of those, and then of course, COVID kind of shut us down with that. So we're actually hosting another one this spring as a catalyst for the countywide vision plan. We haven't, I did speak with Daniel Prentice a couple months ago, but I know he's maybe looking at different things. So I'm not sure, but as far as the county's involvement, I haven't specifically discussed how they want to be involved in that. But from when we were putting together our strategic plan, we felt that, especially from a business standpoint, that we need to look at ways to, just to maximize the resources we have, and also for all aspects, just infrastructure, employment, that type of thing. So what we are hoping is to, we feel that the need for this is greater than what we can provide as a service. So we were hoping that there could be a partnership with the town and the county, Chamber, Dream, to have a third party come in. It's similar to what you hosted last time. You had a third party come in. And a lot's changed since that last vision plan. A lot's changed in the community, a lot's changed in the region. I know that if we want to position ourselves, we can't look at what the needs are today and think that we can be satisfied with that. We've got to look at what the needs are in the future. And so our hope is that I have some ideas of resources that might be available. And Frank, you may have some contacts of companies that do these very successfully. I have a great contact at the Greenville Chamber. And so they are getting ready to partner with the city of Greenville to do a vision plan as well. Excuse me. And it's funny because the person that I was thinking about, they're also thinking about that person too, as one of the consultants. There's another firm that is located in the upstate area. Excuse me. They've done some really successful projects. So if you're open to that, I feel like it's something that having a third party to engage the community, there's no emotion. You take the emotion out of it, which insulates, I think, all of us in that. But it is our party, so we want to be a partner in that, and certainly whatever that means. I don't know exactly because we're just building this out, as we discuss it. But I know it is important, and we see a great need. And it was definitely one of the priorities, as you can see, number one for our public policy. So I'm happy to, answer any questions, but I will say that we are looking, we haven't determined the locations where our intercity visit's going to be, but we are going to do one this spring. So I can give you more details on that. Yes, sir.
The intercity visits definitely open up your vision and what can be done. And just as an FYI, years ago, I was working on a plan between the county and the town to have a district around town that used the same planning board and zoning. And we did get a unanimous vote from the town and the county. So at least in doing that around the town, we only need one vote and they only need two.
You don't mind if I speak?
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of build off what Rita said. When we did the vision plan, that served as our 5-year update for our comprehensive plan back then. So there is the potential. We are next year is at the point when we need to do our 5-year update anyway on our comprehensive plan. So there's the potential that countywide vision plan could help serve as that 5-year update as well, so that we're not overlapping things. So if we are able to work with the chamber and the county and Dream to bring in a third party consultant, that could help serve as that update as well. And so we could certainly look at everything we need to look at with updating the comp plan as a part of that vision.
Thank you, Jess.
But I agree with Kim. I think we do need to start with what we have. with the existing vision plan and not try and start completely from scratch.
That's good. Do you know the county has the same requirement to update
Yes,
their comprehensive plan
And
at mid-year? Do you know? what
they
their
already
timeframe
did
is?
theirs, I believe, because they were a couple years ahead of us on the update
Oh, nice.
to their comp plan. So I believe they just completed theirs this past year. They did more of an in-house update.
Well, I guess from a council standpoint, I would appreciate knowing if you have, if we would like to support Rita and Dream interacting with the county, making recommendations on potential third-party consultants. My only emphasis is at the end of this, we have to make sure that we have had input from our citizens so that we know that this plan is a reflection of what their expectations are, so that as we make decisions moving forward, we have the confidence that this is what our citizens want. And politics and emotions don't play in our decision-making moving forward. We can give clear direction and work towards that strategically.
Russ, I want to mention too that the Metro Chamber, they had a fellow, Craig Logan, handles the attainable housing. He's their attainable housing fellow. And so he's putting together a visit to Spartanburg and Greenville specifically for that purpose. And that would have been a part of our inner city visit. But since he's already doing it and is laser focused on that, then we're going to participate in that. We were hoping to build ours around it, but timing just didn't work out. So we'll be participating in that as well. But and I mentioned that to you as well. I think there are some, they're hoping that the town will be involved in that as well as the county, because that piece is huge, and that's even a greater demand than what happened, the last time we did a vision plan. So there's so much. And the important thing is about that is that is such, that's not just Charleston. I mean, that is a regional issue, and we need to make sure that they get it right as well as we get it right, because if they don't have affordability there, they're moving in this direction. So that's not a bad thing, but it could be if we're not prepared for it. So it's important, that we as a region look at the, ways to accomplish that. I mean, that's something that's huge right now in, in a lot of different, I mean, it's one of the priorities right now, the Alice, initiative with the Trident United Way. I mean, that you're talking about just housing in general for not just low income, but, just, moderate income families. And so that's a big piece. And so, that might be a piece of ours, but it won't be, it's so huge. I mean, it's such a large and important piece that it's going to be called out separately with their visits. So,
Just one question, Jesse or Lisa, I'm not sure if you were with us when we did our vision plan. Okay, do either of you remember how much we paid for that?
That was my question.
We paid $250,000.
Well,
No, that was for the UDO. I'm not sure how much it was for the.
I can't remember, but I want to say it was.
It was not cheap.
just trying to get an idea.
As a
Did you
matter of fact,
participate? Did you have co-participants with the county during that time?
No, that was just us. But I want to say it was close to 200.
I was thinking 175.
Yeah, so and it did involve, one of the major pieces of it was a 5-day charrette. Yes, well, at the Cubs Center, which no longer exists, but but it was, and we had over 500 people come to that charrette, which, doesn't seem like a lot with the town of, at the time, over 40,000, but in terms of public engagement, that's a pretty good number of people. So it was certainly, and they handled that outreach a little differently than we traditionally done, which I think was what helped bring in more people. We had a video that kind of advertised the charrette. We had a little newspaper, like they put a lot more effort into getting the word out. And of course now, 10 years, it's been 10 years, it'd be much easier with social media and that type of thing to help spread that word and get, there's a lot of digital input that's given now through surveys and that type of thing that can help in addition to actual physical meetings.
Hopefully we can learn what this amount, financial commitment would be from the town, particularly since we're going into the FY 25 budget process. So this is good timing to get that information.
Yeah, and obviously including a countywide, it would certainly be more expensive because that's a much larger.
Yeah. Hopefully they would.
But if you have
participation, yeah.
multiple inputs putting into it, then hopefully it wouldn't be as expensive for us.
And did we have private participation that helped fund that? For some reason, I'm thinking we did. Yeah,
I think there was something that Mayor Collins was able to
yeah.
get someone to help with. Yes.
There might be some grants, foundation grants, that we were thinking that our intercity visits would start in the spring, and so we were looking more toward something in the fall. Give us time to get organized and that sort of thing. So, and there's time to maybe pull the partnerships together and maybe research some grants. And I mean, honestly, industry, I feel like will want to come support it as well, because it's going to benefit them. So I think there's time to really.
I was gonna say, we have a lot more larger industries, particularly in Dorchester County now, that may be willing to help.
Yeah.
Provide.
Yeah, maybe we put this on the agenda at the joint meeting with the county.
We do have a vision plan to build on though, right?
Yes,
We
correct.
won't have to start from scratch.
Right, and the county has their comprehensive, I mean, we have vision plans, the county has their comprehensive plan, we have our comprehensive plan, so yeah, there's definitely. Plans to build upon, yeah, certainly not, you're right, we're definitely not starting from scratch, so it shouldn't be quite as expensive as.
See, how does our comp plan align with the county's comp plan currently? Are you familiar?
We did try when we did it, they had just completed theirs the previous year, so that was certainly something that was taken into account when we did ours with our consultant, certainly had theirs, and we made sure that there weren't really conflicting information within them. Obviously ours goes into more detail than their does, just because we have a much smaller area to deal with, but so there shouldn't be conflicting things per se, but again, the comp plan is more on the conceptual level. It does give a lot of recommendations of action items, but the good thing about a comp plan is it's not, if you don't, it's not like an ordinance, you don't have to follow it to a T, you can make changes to it, and then that's what you kind of put into that update, is those changes if things have changed in the last 5 years, and this area that you thought was going to be this way and really has morphed into something else, then that can be reflected in those updates.
Would we, Ms. Jessie, would we use a consultant to help with the 5-year update?
So I was initially thinking we wouldn't, or if we did, it would be somebody like the BCD cog, that, usually you can get a much better rate with them than a private consultant. But if we're gonna make it part of a larger countywide vision planning process, I think you would have to have an outside consultant for that.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say I'm one of the most consultant person probably sitting in this room, but I think there's some pros to a consulting firm for a plan like we're talking about. One is accountability, and probably the primary thing is accountability with the consulting group is, after we finish the plan, we'll have like we do with the vision plan, we got this beautiful plan that's sitting in a book. And then, I go back to my life when I leave the council chamber room and everybody in here doesn't. Chief Wright and Chief Melcher, they go about battling crime, fight fires, and they don't think about the vision plan anymore. But that consultant group will bring you back together to say, hey, these are your goals, where are you? That's one pro to it that I do like about consultants. It's good.
Yeah.
What's what we've been talking about, also, one of the reasons I'm not in favor of them, because our resources are limited and we need them for other things like fighting crime and putting out fires. So and make a nice park scene, even that.
I agree, and I would like to use a firm that hasn't done either the county or the public work, so we get a fresh look at it. And not something just off the pot, here you go, here's your waffle.
And I do agree with what Bob was saying earlier. Our vision plan is a great plan still to this day. I think there's still a lot of relevance. I agree 100% when you're saying we were probably a little bit ahead of our time back then in 2000, 13, 14, and I think that was revealed to us bluntly. A couple of years later, but it was,
Back then, when we did the vision plan, one of the things we did not have is we did not have economic development persons like Frank. Now, we've got an economic development individual. We hired Frank. Frank's got a lot of skills and background. And the county also has the same thing. So I think if we're going to do this, the first thing we need to do is bring these two economic development guys together. Bring some selected people out of the community. And we form a group of, we don't want to leave the public out because that mistake has been made in the past. And we know what happened then. So I think if we do it right, we need to plan, get a group together. And then that group will be presented to council and council can approve it. But I think we've got the skills here that can lead us. I think what Bream and the chamber is doing can also help us. Maybe we can all work together, but one of the things we don't want to do, we don't want to have a church meeting, a big group of people. We need to have some people that can offer some expertise to us, but we don't want it to be too big a group. You don't want half of the town to be involved. We want certain people that's got certain skills. And so I think the chamber and it helps identify some of those people. I think the economic development people can also see the kind of people that they want to work with, and I think this will move forward. But one of the big advantages of doing it with the county is if we hire another consultant, or a consulting firm, we don't have to pay for it by ourselves. Because we spent that money, we actually never implemented anything or used to get what we have expended that money for. So if we're going to move forward, I think it'd be a whole lot better to have the county with us so that we can work together. And you've got economies of scale, you're saving money, and we can work together as we are doing now with the county. You know, I've been on council a long time, but in the last couple of years, we started working with the county. We've never done that before, but it's helping us a lot. I mean, it's just like a simple thing, like trying to get Central Avenue sidewalks done. We didn't have the money to do it ourselves, but the county, if they come in, then they're gonna help us. So that's what we've got to do.
I guess I would like to say one thing about the old plan we have implemented, some of it, particularly when it comes to traffic. While people say we're not doing anything, we got some major road projects being done, and we got major road projects designed and ready to move forward. So that is a great implementation. And on the bike and pedestrian, we've extended the Sawmill Branch. We moved ahead with a lot of those things. But all these things cost a lot of money. And I think when we move forward with our plan, we pick the top 2 or 3 and we find, how are we going to fund these? Because they stay in the book unless we have actually the money to do it.
Yes,
Yeah, and
makes a good point, because I mean, even the public safety complex, that was in the vision plan in 2014. We just haven't had the money to do it. So I mean, there's lots of things in there that we've been trying to work towards. But yeah, I mean, funding is always gonna be a challenge.
while, I wasn't on council then, but I have read our vision plan and comprehensive plan, and it does pretty much align what we've all said we want. I think it needs to be definitely updated and fine tuned, but between chamber and Dream and our economic development Frank, I think that we have the skill set to update that and complete it, because even if it costs us another $175,000, I mean, that's $175,000 that could have been put on a lot of sidewalks.
But I agree, I do think it's a good idea to revisit it, particularly if we're gonna bring the county with us. And that makes sense, yeah.
We need it, we definitely need it, but I think we have such a good base to build on. That aligns with what everyone has said they want for the town.
So what I'm hearing is we want to pick up the existing vision plan. We want it revisited. We want to engage the public. And we're asking for Dream and the county and the chamber to help us with that.
And staff.
Is that what I'm hearing?
That was a lot to say that, Mr. Mayor, yes, there was.
At the end of the day, I know, this may not be a good statement, but when we're inefficient and we're, acting out of emotion or politics, we have probably, it may be disappointing to say this publicly, but we've probably squandered more than it would cost for us to get this plan done right. And then put a plan and stick with it for a consistent period of time. That ability of efficiency and that focus will pay for itself, I believe, if we do it the right way. But we have to make sure, and I'm looking at you, Rita, we have to make sure that our community is driving this vision so that we have confidence in supporting that, because you are going to get folks who disagree with the overall vision, and we need the intestinal fortitude to execute amongst some of that noise. So if not, we're not doing our job to deliver for our community as a whole, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with you. I think you make a very good point. I think first thing we've got to do is plan what we want to do this, who do we want to have involved. We need to have people with some skills, people who have the interest and can bring something to the table. So I think there are a lot of people in the chamber that fits that. And so could be the speak.
Okay. So next steps, go ahead.
Can I do a wrap up real quick? You want to go first?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, one is a steering committee. One thing that Chairman, Councilman Brown is referring to with the technical expertise, so a good steering committee. Citizen participation is gonna be involved throughout the whole process, in any planning process, a good planning process. Not only public meetings, but I think, Survey Monkey, something I have found that those folks that don't come out, that they will do that. And you get a lot of that. People love writing what they want, in the future. And then another important factor is that I think that, to echo Rita's point, I think a consultant is going to be critical. One, time. Staff could definitely do it, but I think it's going to be probably 2-3 times as long as a consultant coming in. And finally, these are all of them that I've heard is when you bring a consultant in, 100% of the time, first step they take is review of all existing plans. So that's your base. Review all your existing plans that you have adopted as your base to start off of. And that data is typically compiled to get you started, so that you're not just starting from scratch like Tiffany mentioned earlier. I think all those are important factors as you move forward to think about.
Okay. And we don't need to take any action, but from the sound of it, Ms. Rita, we want to participate and get more discussion moving forward with this with our county partners. We'll add this to our joint planning agenda and invite you and Steve there as well. That's April 16th, tentatively.
Yes.
April 16th.
I'd like to add a thought. While Dorchester County is most of our land mass, Berkeley County is most of our taxes. And I think that earns them at least a seat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Relative.
And the future growth. Yeah, that's an important thought. That's what the growth centers. Yes.
Okay.
Anything for me? I mean.
Nope.
What were you
Be ready for recommendations to help us, and I thank you.
Is that the next step? I mean, that's what you want. I just want to be clear what you're expecting. I know. Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
With that, everybody ready for a break?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay.
Great, you're needed.
All right, we are back from break. We have Mr. Cheatwood from First Tryon. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is David Cheatwood. I work at First Tryon Advisors based in Charlotte. We serve as financial advisors to cities and counties and utility systems across the Carolinas. We work with them on long-term financial planning and taking them through the debt issuance process. I've served as the town's financial advisor since 2015. So I've presented in front of council a number of times. I know we have some new members since the last time I presented here, but again, thank you for having me. Lisa and Rhonda invited me here this morning just to give y'all an update on your Midtown Tax Increment Financing District. And so I wanted to start with just kind of brief overview, history of how that came about, what's been done to date, what it looked like the last time I was in front of council, going through some of the numbers and financial projections, and then bring you up to date on where it is today. And then again, thinking a little bit about going forward as well. So I'm going to have this on the screen. I apologize, I didn't bring this for, I underestimated the number here, but all the council members, Mayor, y'all got a presentation here. We're financial advisors, so a lot of numbers on a page, maybe easier sometimes to look at your sheet there.
Does anybody want a copy to follow through?
Yes.
A
little slide on.
Oh, the green, I took that. Well, no, it was on.
Oh, yeah.
That's when we pause and freeze something up.
Yes.
You're in the hot seat.
I know.
Very long. Bring that back.
Well, at least you get to see yourself start.
Went backwards.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so brief kind of history here of how this came about. Back in September of 2021, Town Council formally adopted what's called a redevelopment plan. That's the first step in creating a tax increment financing district. That redevelopment plan had a lot of information in it. It was probably a 20-25 page document about potential improvements and the purpose of it. So y'all put that in place related to the Midtown Somerville area, and then you formally created the district in February of 2022. And so that was with a couple readings of an ordinance that formally created the district. And the way a tax increment district works, once it is formally created, you are freezing the baseline assessed value of all the taxable properties within that district. And so that's your starting point. And as y'all know, the goal of the tax increment financing district, or the hope, is that you are generating, making improvements within the district, which in turn will spur development. Your assessed value will grow above and beyond that baseline value, and therefore you generate incremental property tax revenue that you can either go to put into improvements on a pay-as-you-go basis or go to pay back debt. And we've done the latter here. So that TIF district encompasses about 665 acres. Under the TIF ordinance, it is in place for 25 years. And the three taxing districts that participate, the town, the county, and the school district, the town and the county participate fully 100%. So 100% of the tax increment revenues that are generated within the district stay in the district. And that's the case for the full 25-year term. The school district has a different arrangement. That's by the intergovernmental agreement that was put in place at the same time of creation there. They will participate up to a maximum of $1 million per year, which is projected to hit that level in a couple of years. Up to $1 million and only for a 20-year term. So while your total district goes out to 2047, school district participation ends in 2042. Also within the redevelopment area or redevelopment plan, y'all identified various types of projects you could fund, and then of that amount, how much could you issue in debt? The redevelopment plan says 25 million as your amount, and then back in October of 2022, the town issued $20 million of limited obligation bonds pledging that tax increment revenue. So you've issued 20 and 25 million. You have 5 million of additional debt capacity if you choose to use it down the road. And then you can additionally use any surplus revenues above and beyond that for pay-as-you-go improvements as well. So getting into the numbers here, and there's a lot on this page, and maybe reference this as well. But as I mentioned at the outset, I wanted to start with the picture from October of 2022. And this is where, when we last presented to council, this is how the picture was projected to look. And on this page, because I'll repeat this page a couple of times with updated figures in a few slides. So I want to go through kind of what you're looking at left to right. What we are doing in terms of kind of the strategy of the revenues and the debt service, basically the tax increment revenues that you generate within one fiscal year. So let's use this year's example. The tax increment revenues that come in fiscal year 2024, you are going to use those to pay your debt service on your 2022 limited obligation bonds in fiscal year 2025. So when you look at the first column, that's the revenues coming in. The second column relates to the debt service amounts. And that's a strategy we've employed with you all and a number of your peers across the state. When you go and issue bonds in the public market, you have to get them rated. Your bonds are rated by Standard & Poor's. We've done this structure with Standard & Poor's a number of times, and they're comfortable with it. It allows your bonds to get rated off of your very, very high general obligation bond rating. And the reason is this mechanism here, because we're telling them you're going to get revenues in 1 year, and then plenty of time for your upcoming budget to determine, do you have enough tax increment revenues to pay your next year's debt service? If you don't, you have the opportunity during the budget process to appropriate other legally available funds to make up any shortfall. So again, they've gotten very comfortable with that structure, and that's why we've done that. A lot of your peers across the state have done that as well. So then these next few columns are relating to the revenues that are expected to be generated. These are the tax increment revenues. So again, your assessed value grows over your baseline value, and then you basically take that incremental assessed value, multiply it by your the various millage rates of the town, county, and school district. That's going to generate this column 6 total revenues coming in. We've broken it out between existing, what I'll call existing, and new. New is what was identified specifically in the sawmill development, the various components of that development. We had estimated amounts, estimated time of completion. So we wanted to carve that out because that was a big driver of this district, and certainly on the revenue side of things. And so we have that in the new column. And then what we did is we said, well, the tax increment district itself is larger than Sawmill. We know there's going to be other development outside of that. It's not specifically identified, but let's make an assumption on what the rest of those properties will grow in the form of redevelopment as well. And so we had a very conservative 1% growth rate on everything within the district outside of the Sawmill development. So again, this is going back to October 2022. Total revenues in column 6, you'll see they're very light on the front end. They really don't jump up until fiscal year 2027. And again, I know everyone knows this, but in terms of the new development coming online, if it's done, if there's a CO issued by the end of one calendar year, we'll use this year, for example, by December 31st of 2024, if a new property is done and online, then that will get on the tax bill in the fall of 2025, and therefore you're receiving those revenues essentially in January 26, fiscal year 26. So that's how that staggered part of the development comes on. So the revenue that starts to be generated in particularly fiscal year 27 that essentially means that by calendar year 2025, you're starting to see a lot of that sawmill development come online and be eligible for the tax revenue. Column 7, that is your debt service that you're currently paying. That's what's locked in. Your interest rates are fixed on that. That's what you're paying on those 2022 limited obligation bonds. So essentially what we were comparing and what we're always comparing is column 6 to column 7. The goal being column 6 greater than column 7, so you have higher than 1 times coverage. However, back when we did this, we knew on the front end going in, and what was related counsel at the time, you may very well have, and based on these assumptions, projected to have shortfalls in those years. And so you would need to come up with other legally available funds. If this indeed came to fruition, you'd have to come up with other funds to make up the shortfall in those years. And then once you got past kind of those first 3 or 4 years, plenty of revenues, your coverage exceeded 1 times. And so that amount that was estimated that the town would have to find in terms of other revenues over a 4-year period was about $2.5 million. You'll see that on an annual basis in column 10, 11 is just a cumulative basis. You could then pay yourself back basically over the years, but you wouldn't really break even until out here in 2032. So that was the picture back then. Again, with the conservative nature of the projections, the hope was, hey, this will come together, but if not, we have some other revenues. Hospitality is probably one of the first lines of defense there, if indeed you needed it. But that's a quick recap of where we were when those bonds were issued. So, assessed value growth. So let's take a look at where we were when this was created. Your baseline assessed value in this district is $12.4 million. And again, it's a mix of 4% and 6% properties, largely 6%. But you got a mix of those that get to that $12.4 million baseline value. So in fiscal 23, grew a little bit. Again, expectation was not a ton of growth over that initial baseline value, but grew to about 12.8 million, which was about 3.5% growth. But then really significant growth this year, fiscal year 2024, estimated at 14.5 million. You should note this is coming from the county's reports on the various tax districts and their tax values and therefore assessed values in this current fiscal year. So 12.8% growth year over year, and then cumulatively 16.75% growth. So I think you can kind of understand what the picture is going to look like when we were assuming 1% growth, and you've gotten, on average, anywhere from 10 to 12% growth since then. That's going to improve the picture a good bit. So in terms of when we look at this projected picture here, we still have it broken down into, yes, sorry.
You said you based it on a 1% growth. Is that what you use always across the board?
Not always. We do try to be conservative. I would say, are you talking about with other?
Yeah.
Peers? It depends. A lot of times we'll take feedback from the individual entity, like, what do you think is going on out there? Are there other things? We wanted to start out conservative, but you'll see when I get into projections, I've moved that up to 2% because 1% is overly conservative based on how you've grown. But I would say typically it's either between 1 to 3%. You may have some others that, know of other developments or things that are brewing in the near term. So we may see something like 5% for 1 year, then dialing it back to 4 and 3. It's pretty rare for long-term projections to have anything greater than 2 or 3%, just not knowing what's out there.
So based on what you've seen at a cumulative 16.75%, you are still thinking in the future, projecting at a 2%?
Well, to be conservative, we are, and we'll show you with the 2%, the picture is good. I think at some point, the redevelopment will reach capacity. You will start to see a slowdown in that, but I would anticipate in reality that you're going to see a faster growth rate than 2% for at least the next several years, and then likely dialing it back. But we looked at some sensitivity on that, and we've got all of this comes from a model built for the town back in the process of this financing. And so we can look at sensitivity if it's faster, slower, year over year. But I would project that you're going to be faster than that 2% in the near term, and then likely slowing down how long.
Thank you.
So thinking back to our charts here, we've separated the sawmill development or some identified development, I would say, versus just basically everything else in the district. And this sawmill developer projects, this came straight from the developer there. However, it is admittedly a little bit dated. They've not provided an update on that yet, but what we've got here are the various parcels and planned improvements at the time. And then we're focused on the year that's placed in service, going back to my timing example. So if it's placed in service and by the end of 2024, you'll start to realize those tax revenues in fiscal year 2026. And you'll see most of those parcels or developments there are between 2024 and 2026. You know, the big ones, the big one being the apartments projected by the end of 2025. They're all 6% properties. You'll see that estimated cost there of about 150 million or exactly 150 million. I will note that we, in our model, we've discounted that cost. We haven't, even though that development cost was provided by the developer, it doesn't always get assessed at the cost they have in it. And so we dialed that back by 20%. So when we're looking at new development, taxable development coming on at the sawmill development, about 120 million is what's currently assumed in here over the next couple of years. In addition, over the past year and a half, there has been some other new outside of sawmill, some other identified development that's coming on by the end of next year. So we've got that kind of aggregated at 5.8 million. But basically, when we look at that identified development, it's around $125 million of what's assumed over the next several years. In the yet to be identified development, or that other, what we call the existing, basically, how is the rest of the base growing? As I just mentioned, we've bumped it up from 1% to 2%, just given your history there and the still kind of rapid economic growth in this area. So this is the updated picture, same chart, but you'll notice a couple of things. I'm going to go back just a couple of slides. These little red boxes or orange boxes, they red flag whenever you fall below 1 times. Just purely from the visual, you're going to see most of those went away. Based on these assumptions that we have in here, you will have a little bit of a deficit coming up. So this current budget year, fiscal 2024, the revenues that are projected to come in of around $776,000 tax increment revenues, that's not quite enough, or it's not enough to cover your debt service that's due in fiscal year 2025, which is $1,023,000. So you would have a projected shortfall of $247,000. However, you look at the ensuing years and we are at, or a good bit above in the later years, 1 times coverage. And so we went from $2.5 million of other revenues potentially being needing to be used to cover debt to now 200, and I said 47. You have some interest earnings that you've banked here. About 220,000 is what you would need to find. That may be offset even more. You'll still have bond proceeds in that fund. It's earning interest. Short-term rates are really high. So that could be offset even more with some interest earnings on it. So the picture is very good, much improved over where it was a year and a half ago, which again, at the time, we thought it was going to be conservative. We were trying to be conservative on the front end. But this is that current picture. Again, it is admittedly, it's pretty heavily dependent on in the near term on hitting these marks. You know, if the apartments get moved back into 2026, well, then that's 1 more year later of that revenue coming in. And so this is not guaranteed, because a lot of this is still in process, but as you get in updated figures and timing from the developer, we can update this picture really quickly and show you how it looks. But all good news on that front. Last thing I wanted to touch on, going back to the beginning, the redevelopment plan had $25 million of debt within that identified, and so you've issued 20 million, meaning you have $5 million left. If the town wanted to issue that in the future for other available authorized projects within the TIF district, it could just do another bond ordinance, authorize another $5 million. You could issue that. What would this picture look like if you did issue that additional 5 million? And so all we've done here, same revenues that we just went through, but we just added $5 million worth of debt in that column 7 total debt service. So if you compare it slide to slide, I won't go back and forth, but that column 7 is now higher. I've layered on an additional $5 million of debt. I'm matching your same term of 2042. And then I've got some estimated interest rates with some cushion in those rates. But the picture again, this new debt does not hit until that 2027 timeframe. And so it doesn't change anything on the front end. I said I wouldn't go back, but I will. You'll see that we're in that kind of 120s in the middle there. We were in the 150s. And so you're utilizing some of that excess you're generating, but you are still greater than 1x coverage. Nothing else down the line getting red flag. So the punchline of this is you all, based on these projections, these assumptions, you have the ability to issue $5 million in the future. And I've assumed, again, you issue it in fiscal year 2025, meaning debt service starts in fiscal year 2026. But you have the capacity to issue that debt based on these projections. And again, you'll have the luxury of a little bit more time until you get to that point, if you do get to that point where you want to issue it, to really know, is that SAL development coming online like we thought in those amounts, maybe greater, maybe that picture is greater. That's kind of where you are now. Again, all very good news, much improved over the past year and a half, just given the strong growth in that area. So a lot of info and numbers there, but happy to answer any questions if you have.
What rate are we at on the current bonds? What's our interest rate on the current bond?
Your current bonds, you are around 4.5% on those. Again, issued back in October 2022. I don't have the exact number, but I know you're around that 4.5% range. You probably don't remember. Sorry, I don't have that.
Since you asked that question, do you know the interest we're accruing on the money we have on hand?
So those funds are, do you want to speak to this?
At the US Bank, they're a little less than 5%, like 4.5. We don't have anything in long term, obviously, because right now short term rates are good. At the state level, like the tax revenue that we're receiving is right at like 5.
Okay. Really nice that the county helped us out on North Maple Street, so we have a little cash on hand.
Right. I mean,
Gaining interest.
that's the,
Appreciate that partnership.
we're in a higher interest rate environment in general, particularly on the front end of the yield curve, but that is a benefit to those that have a good bit of cash on hand. So that's making a big difference for those that do.
Is there a penalty for paying off if we, down the road, when we start really kind of getting into the, where we're looking good in that far right column, if we paid off sooner?
Good question. You can, when you issue bonds in the public market, typically they're sold with a 10-year no call. So you can't call them or prepay in the first 10 years, but at the 10-year mark, you can without penalty. And so that's how those 2022 bonds were sold. So in October of 2032, you can pay those off, refinance them if rates are lower with no penalties.
And it's just one more, and more of our end of things, we still are gonna receive the impact fees and permit fees, and all that kind of thing, as any other project that takes place in Somerville. But in that district, like the sawmill, all those impact fees.
Yes.
Okay.
And all those developer projects are already set in stone that you are aware of.
I may let Lisa, do you want to speak to that? I know that's, you've got your.
Yeah,
background on those.
the developer has been pretty good about giving us occasional updates. I did try to get an update, unfortunately, before this meeting, wasn't able to get that information. But Jesse, perhaps you can let us know where they are.
Sure. The apartments are under review for permitting right now, building permits. So hopefully they should still be on that timeline that you've got in there with the estimate. They also have permits in for the Grover Medical Office building. And I think they're about to submit permits for the Parker's kitchen, gas station, convenience store. So there should be, obviously the Roper and Parker won't take nearly as long as the apartments to build, so. But I think they are still putting in the infrastructure for the entire site, so it's gonna be a little delayed in being able to start those specific sites, waiting on the full infrastructure for the entire site.
And I think the Roper project actually, at least from the last update I got from the developer is at a higher amount than what.
Yeah, it's definitely higher than the initial office building they had.
Yeah.
Spot.
Yeah.
Good for impact fees.
Rhonda, do those numbers in column 10 and 11, kind of, do you feel like those are pretty accurate, what we're seeing from your side too?
On the revenues?
Not that slide, the one before it, yeah. For like the 2023 numbers.
Yes, I do. And we, on this year's budget, we actually budgeted $144,000 to come out of the road fund and service debt. And we ended up getting 174 in tax revenues on the county. So we exceeded that. And I say timing is everything, as David said. But yeah, I feel good about that.
So
And I also think the investment dollars are probably gonna be a little bit higher than what we initially projected to. So that, I think, will help us in the long run. I have a meeting scheduled with the county. I just couldn't get it in before this meeting, just to kind of go over all the numbers again, just to make sure that I understand, they understand, everybody on the same page.
Any other questions for Mr. Cheatwood? Well, I appreciate you being here. Just real quick, I know we had some presentations early on about our potential rating being decreased with a lot of concerns and disruptions, especially in 2022 while we were going through this process. Can you just real quick kind of give us an overview of where we stand today in that regard?
Sure. So the town has two, or is rated by two different rating agencies. There's three main rating agencies. Y'all have them from two, which is pretty standard. Not everybody has all three. Those two being Moody's and Standard & Poor's. You have general obligation bonds outstanding, which are typically the highest credit rating because they're the most secure. Your general obligation bond ratings are AA1 from Moody's, which is the second highest rating, right under AAA. And then your AA+ from Standard & Poor's, which is also the second highest rating under AAA. Moody's just uses letter and a number. S&P uses letter and a plus minus. So they're the second highest rating possible on the geo side. Now, Standard & Poor's put the town on negative outlook back in 2022. They affirmed your credit rating of AA+ on the geo side. And as I mentioned earlier, these limited obligation bonds are rated one notch below. So these tax increment bonds are rated AA, which is one notch below that AA+. But when S&P affirmed your credit rating, they put you on negative outlook. A lot of it is driven by the timing of the financials and the audit and getting all that together. And it was really, those outlooks are normally an 18 to 24 month. They don't sit out there forever. And in fact, they reached out a couple of weeks ago and we have a call scheduled with them at the end of the month it will resolve that out. Again, they don't keep on negative outlook perpetually. They will make a decision on affirming it and moving it back to a stable outlook, which is the standard. You can either have a positive outlook, stable, or negative. Most entities have a stable outlook. And so I expect resolution of the negative outlook within the next month. But again, looking at your financial performance has been really strong. A lot of it that drove that negative outlook was, again, just given some of the timing issues of the audit, which has been remedied, and y'all got that in hand. So I expect a good getting you back to stable there, but we had that call scheduled later this month.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions?
We thank Rhonda's team.
Amen. Great.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we will move into employee retention and benefits discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to start this discussion, but I'm hoping it's going to be collaborative. Obviously, a lot of the things we're going to talk about here, the ideas have come from the people you have in this room here. And obviously, we want council members to be able to ask questions as we go through this.
Just to set the stage for some of the council members who are not in the strategic planning process. We had a strategic planning process, was that in 22?
Yes,
That was just last year.
I think I got a calendar.
Never mind. You're going to give the history then, that this was one of the takeaways that we asked staff to bring back recommendations on. And so we asked staff to bring us recommendations on employee retention and benefits. And that came back, and we have not fully implemented much of what they had requested prior to. So this is a continuation of that strategic planning process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Said that.
So after that initial strategic planning meeting, we did conduct an employee satisfaction survey that was sent out in December of 22. And when we asked employees specifically what benefit they valued the most, almost 80% listed health insurance and the retirement plan as their number one benefit that they got from the town of Somerville. At a very distant second was paid holidays, and that was at 16%. After that, we got together, requested that the department heads meet with their employees, get together some ideas, some retention ideas, recruitment ideas that weren't specifically tied to salaries. We wanted some other ideas. So the department heads got back together. They gave us 17 ideas with a top 3 that were clearly identified. Now, I will say that during the budget process back in 2023, obviously council at that time recognized that salary is a significant recruitment and retention tool. So at that point in time, council raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And we also got, every employee got an average of an 8% pay increase, which certainly in my 24 years with the town, is the most significant that I've ever seen. So, I know everybody appreciated that. So I won't read through all of these, but we will talk about a lot of them. But the 3 that are highlighted are the ones that were mentioned most times. That was group health insurance for town retirees, increased leave time, and flexible work schedules. We'll talk about each of those. So under flexible work schedules, you all, or most of you probably recall that back in 2021, I believe we developed a draft teleworking policy. And at that point in time, it was a necessity because we had a lot of people who were working from home. Obviously, that was during COVID. We had a lot of employees who had to stay home because their children were home. They couldn't go to school. So we developed that policy because that was really what was happening at that time. A teleworking policy, I think the pros for that is it is a great recruitment and retention tool. I do think a lot of folks these days have that in their minds when they're considering looking for a job. That would potentially create a happier workforce. The cons that we have with the teleworking policy is that it would only apply to a really small segment of our employee population. And we also may not have adequate staff numbers to support the walk-ins. And what I mean by that is if you have 5 people in your department, you've got 2 that are teleworking, 1 that's on vacation, 1 that's out sick or in a meeting, you really have nobody there that can welcome the public for these one-off questions that people often have. So we started to look at perhaps maybe flexible work schedules would work better. The pros for that is it's certainly a great recruitment and retention tool. What I mean by flexible work schedules is perhaps 4 10-hour days, 3 days off. So that would certainly apply to a greater number of employees, particularly, that would include our public works employees. Obviously, probably not public safety, unless it was potentially your admin folks, but it certainly would branch out and reach a lot more of our employees. some of the cons, or one of the cons is, again, we may not have the adequate numbers to support. So in other words, if you had, say, in one of your public works departments, you had group A and group B, one group has Monday off and one group has Friday off, you still have the Monday through Friday coverage. But again, we are working on such a shoestring as far as the number of employees that we may not have the coverage to cover executive vacation. But what I would like to do, and certainly department heads, again, please feel free to chime in as we talk about this. But I would like to be able to explore perhaps a pilot program, take 2 or 3 departments. Maybe explore a pilot program, take 60 to 90 days and see how this works, and then report back to you. So, any of you all have thoughts that you want to share, or anything that you want to add, Chris? I know that you have looked into this quite a bit too.
Just that I think the flexible work schedule option has much more potential and possibility to broaden that. You hear a lot of people bring this overall topic up frequently, employees, and I completely understand. And so, I think it's worth exploring, again, the flexible work schedule.
One thing that I was very surprised to hear when we were at the fire station dedication, Jason Ward, the Dorchester County Administrator, mentioned that a sign was down, and that he couldn't have his public works come in and get the sign because they were on the 4-day work week. So I did not realize that the county was exploring that or had implemented that. So
They've done that for a long time.
have they really? Okay, so interesting. I didn't realize that. So is that across the board for them?
I just know Public Works has done it. Some of the guys used to ride the bus that I read, the Tri-County Link, and I knew they didn't work on Fridays. so.
Okay. Wow.
Well, in regards to his work schedule, when I was at the Department of Transportation, they had that option for a period of time. One of the benefits was more consistent in the 4 days that they were working, because they could schedule doctor's appointments, dental appointments, whatever it was. They had at least one day during the work week that they could schedule things on, and they had that consistency. But at the end of the day, we want our people at their best when they're serving our customers, which are the citizens of the town. So if this is the way to provide that opportunity, I think we ought to consider the pilot program. I like starting off with the pilot program first.
So if on the 5th day, I'm guessing Fridays, the general public, if they have requests, would those get answered by somebody teleworking with that?
No, so my thought was we still run Monday through Friday, our normal hours, if we could make this work, and we have staggered. So like I said, you can have a group A and a group B. Group A would get Mondays off, group B would get Fridays off. And you can switch it up, so that it's fair to everybody. But the bottom line would be you're still operating 5 days a week.
And I think in addition, it may alleviate some overtime, which would be some money back, because that's 2 hours extra every day. And I guess it might be too complicated, but just a question, does it have to be Friday and Monday on?
No, absolutely not. And I think, again, that was part of the reason that maybe we need to get just a couple of departments together and find out how would it work for your department? Because it could be different for every department.
Yeah, you could have things like every other, and I realize these different variations, there's admin and keeps track of it involved, but it could be every other Friday gets half a day off. So, there's a lot of different ways you can slice it up and people still get extra time. So.
I think it's good.
I think the flexible work schedule is good. The teleworking policy, I know there's been a lot of studies and this I've looked down on from my company as well. There's a lot to be said about camaraderie and teamwork, and I know the town does a great job of, I remember they had the doors decorated and do all kinds of team building, and when you have teleworking, you lose that. And it really is team build, you know, that's a big factor in getting things done and being productive as well, having a good team. So I don't know about the teleworking. The other part of that is if we do go to a teleworking policy, then we really should look at the whole municipal complex again, because we don't want to build space that we don't necessarily need departments for and people are working for.
Right, and I agree, and I think that was part of the reason why the teleworking policy it was drafted, but it was never adopted, because by the time we actually came up with the policy, everybody was coming back to work, everybody was going back to school, and at that point in time, I don't think there was a strong support for this. So I'm not suggesting we do a pilot program on the teleworking policy right now, just looking at the flexible work schedules. Now, that doesn't mean at some point we can't look at teleworking. But I think it's sort of dipping our toes in the water, that maybe we look at the flexible work schedule option first.
And maybe pick one of the more difficult departments.
And also, I think when you're talking to your departments about this, I know that certain people are gonna have to cross-train for the day that they're another person in their office is not there. And how much cross-training would they have to do in order just to, you know, complete the day's work? And how much time is that gonna take?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the conversation that we need to have. And Rhonda, you and I have talked about that a number of times, that, I mean, we need to have this cross training. Yeah, we do.
Succession plans.
Yeah.
This may force us into some things that we need to protect our organization and to enhance our organization.
It's a good point on stuff.
When you have one person quit, nobody knows what to do.
Yeah.
Everybody but Lenny, right? Everybody but Lenny.
So Chief, whenever you want to take the day up.
Good luck. May the force be with you.
Okay, we can we'll regroup with all of this after we get through the other two. Let's see. The next request, or the one that had the most feedback, was some increased leave time. Council already addressed that when we actually, I'm sorry, I skipped something. There we go. When we introduced a new floating holiday to the schedule back in 2023, adding that floating holiday, I think puts us up to 13 paid holidays, is that correct? And it also, having the floating holiday just gave the flexibility for our employees to pick the holiday that they felt like they wanted to celebrate. So I think that's gone over pretty well. Need some help? Okay. So one issue, Chris, you may be able to help me with this, that comes up, I think, quite frequently from our employees, is the fact that we don't have any bereavement leave. That is something that I think would be an easy thing to implement. It wouldn't necessarily cost the town any funding to implement this, other than, you know, obviously it's adding for paid time off. But the recommendation would be to authorize up to 3 days of bereavement leave. It would be under certain parameters, and we would have to obviously put a policy together to get back in front of you, but we just wanted to see what the thought was in introducing that.
And just for anybody who's not familiar with the process, I do want to acknowledge that we do have allowance for bereavement in our policies, in our leave policies. It's just you use sick time for it. And something that's been brought up a number of times. For Lisa's point, as far as the outcome of the suggestions, one of the highest ones was that. I think a lot of people feel they should have to use sick time. And there should be a dedicated leave type for that situation. So,
In my experience in the public and private sector, I think to be competitive, we would need to provide 3 days a week. It's kind of a standard.
It is.
From my perspective, council members, I don't know, I mean, that's a standard, and I think it's respectful of your mourning, you know. coworkers. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
And Chris, on the bereavement policy. How close does this person have to be to somebody who died in their family, like, is he a very close relative? Can it be like cousin or something?
Sure. So, and in our current structure, what we have is immediate family. It's actually quite a long list. Spouse's parents, child, even child of one of your children, in-laws, brother-in-law, sister-in-law. It's rather extensive as far as.
But it is already defined.
But it is defined, yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is defined.
So
And there's even a subsequent one
you
that,
sure you want to do that? Well,
well.
We have some outlaws.
There can be some discussion about what lines to draw in the sand.
I understand. I'm just trying to clarify because some people will take days off. As you said,
Sure, yeah, there's limitation. We can adopt some of the existing language. And also because there admittedly, and I guess this is a debatable thing, that you can have someone who has almost no siblings, a very small family. And then somebody else who has numerous, enormous family. And, Fred's taking off for a bereavement every other month or that sort of thing. And another person hardly ever. So not to be insensitive, but that's where you cap it, as is listed here, authorize up to 3 days a year, that sort of thing. And not that they wouldn't be allowed to take more time for other relatives. You could then invoke the sick time from there, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, and I think the devil's in the details, because I think this is a benefit. I personally have seen very abused. Many bereavement days are taken, nobody goes anywhere, they go to the beach.
say, man. In-laws.
Let me catch them. You are being recorded.
When we did the 8% pay raise, did we do a study or what? Where did 8% come from?
That was, really what we could come up with. I mean, what we could fit in the budget. We had requests from each of the different department heads and they had requests for salary adjustments for each of their departments. Some were a lot more than 8%, some were less than 8%. And we had to decide, are we looking at a cost of living adjustment? Are we looking at merit? At that point in time, we were just so far behind that the decision was, okay, let's try to get what we can to be competitive with the market. And that's what we were able to fit in this year's budget.
Council voted on
10%, but we didn't have 10%.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Well, I
I
was
forgot.
gonna walk through some of that. We went through multiple years without an appreciable increase while the cost of living was accelerating. And our town was falling behind our peers, other municipalities and counties that were providing substantial increases year over year, including bonuses through the ARPA funds.
Yep.
We were, from my impression, we were only being held together by good leadership and a positive culture. And that's only going to get you so far when they can't buy groceries.
Right.
So I believe as we head into our budgeting season, we need to be considering what we can do to continue to get us into a competitive place, because I feel like we're still far behind.
I know police and fire are still behind. Is the town staff
Yeah.
still behind? Have we looked at those numbers?
When we did this, I was figuring they were about 15% behind.
And we did,
Without inflation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that inflation is not a raise.
And we did have a study done, I'm not sure how many years ago it was, where we went over everyone's job description, what they do, and the salary range for that particular job, and we were falling way under. And of course, that was a few years back. But so we were basing it on that and then today's numbers to go along with it.
But to Councilwoman Johnson Wilson's point, if we're gonna have that conversation, we do need the data to support the decisions we need to make as we head in to budgeting in April, so. Please
And that would be
help
part of
us
the
be
process.
educated on where we stand with our peers so that we can make sure that we do our part in supporting you and your teams who serve our citizens.
Absolutely.
And I think it's great that we look at employee benefits and retention. That's always important to do, but do we have a process in the town that we go through for, reprimands or warnings, additional trainings as well that we look at?
Each individual department, mostly, I know certainly for police and fire, you have your own processes.
Like an
Right,
annual
yeah, I know
performance
they do.
review.
Yeah,
We implemented that last year as well in Public Works. So not everybody got 8% across the board. We gave 8% to top performers, and then the basic minimum was 4%. And then you could do a 6 or 8% step increase with an evaluation, and then a revisit to that evaluation at the mid-year point in December. And so not all of the employees got the full 8% last July.
I love
Some
that.
of those got it in December. Some of them still haven't got it because they still haven't reached those things that we set out last summer as parameters to earn that additional 4%.
Yeah, because we don't want to just award people that are just not doing it.
Yeah, that's a terrible
Great.
morale thing.
Yeah.
Right, and
And
I
are
think
you
I
gonna
should
keep
clarify,
those people?
yeah,
Right.
that a lot of this was for buckets. So for example, when I say an average of 8%, the 8% bucket was given to department heads. Because a lot of times, and I know what we've done throughout the years, is we treat every department the same. And we're all different. Everybody's got different standards and different thresholds and different training. So we, at least for this last budget year, gave department heads the flexibility to be able to do things that Brian's talking about. So they knew that the bucket was there, but they used it to help train and help get their employees up to certain standards
And I think,
before they were rewarded.
I think one of the benefits to that is Bosch always did that. You knew what the average wage was. And while they blah, blah, blah through a appraisal, if it's 5% and you get 6 or 6.5, you're doing a good job. If you get 4, you're not doing so well. If you get less than that, you better start either doing something different or looking for another job because they don't care to keep you.
So who, does each department head issue like warnings to staff member for tardiness or whatever, lack of performance, whatever it may be?
For sure.
I mean, I know in y'all's, I guess I'm talking more at the town.
Yeah, that's the department head's responsibility.
One of the things I've brought this up in the past, as far as employees and when you have a scale paid on, if you have an employee and that employee doesn't get about 8% or the high percent, do you have a confidence as a leader of that group that employee to call him there or her in and says, look, you didn't get to the top this time, but let me tell you what I want to work with you on to get you there. Where you help them to get to that point, and it's the next time they'll get it. But if you don't do that, you're not really treating that employee as well as you can. Because if I had a group of people work for me, I don't want them all to be qualified for the top percentage, 8% or 10% or whatever. And the ones who don't, so want to make sure that they've got an opportunity. Else they may get upset because they didn't get it, and the department head didn't say, I'll work with you to get you better next time. If you do what I tell you, they may leave and go somewhere else, and you may say, okay, well, no love lost. But the point of it is, if you're gonna treat people right, you wanna make sure that they all have the same opportunity. And some people are fast learners and some people are not. But I think as a department head, it's your responsibility to try to bring all those up as possible, as many as possible up to the top.
And that's such a great point. And it's not just their effort, a lot of times it's their attitude as well. I think that needs to be stressed a lot in a lot of different departments.
So this year, when we got the 8%, we started doing evaluations, and in years past, many years past, we did evaluations. We got 1%, 2%, or whatever your evaluation turned out to be. This year, I brought that back. I think other departments did as well. We did an evaluation. This is what you need to work on. This is what you need to come up with. This is what I can see. This is what your supervisors tell. Bring the supervisors in. This is what we have going on. You're coming in late. You're not showing up to work, so on and so forth. You're on the phone 24/7, whatever. Unfortunately, staffing people, hiring people has become a tremendous issue in the past couple of years. For whatever reason, people would rather stay home and draw a check than they come to work and actually work for the same amount of money that they sit home and draw a check. So in my department, we've started checking around to see what starting pay is and, other municipalities in this area. They've done a study several years ago about this. We're still, depending on what municipality, what area you're looking at. We could be on the low side, a little bit on the higher side. This municipality to the next municipality, all that changes depending on where your location is, how big your area is. Mount Pleasant, North Charleston, those areas like that, they start quite a bit more than what we start. They offer bonuses for starting for new employees. Giving us 4 days a week, that's great. Giving us extra leave, that's phenomenal. When it boils down to it, when we did these studies back when they asked us to and asked the employees, the number one thing is we need more money. That's what it amounts to. I don't know that as far as retention, that would definitely, that's always the biggest thing is to give us more money. We also have people that, would leave. I have employees that have, 1,000 hours of sick leave. Okay. They don't take off during the year. They have vacation, 240 hours. They have to burn leave. They have to take leave or lose leave. They would rather sell the leave back to the town and get that extra bonus at the end of the year for Christmas money. You know what I mean? Instead of giving it away or having to take the whole month of December off because I didn't take any vacation during the year. There's other ways of doing it as well. The rest were proposed here, but in the end, if you're looking at other municipalities and where we're at, I would say with the state, we're pretty well evened out. Mount Pleasant, we're $2 under. Fort Charleston, we're $1 under. If you go further out to the country, we're a little bit above that. But so that's what we're kind of sitting money wise.
And we'll talk about the leave issue coming up, so, because I know that came up quite often.
To address Mr. Brown's concern, those evaluations were very comprehensive. And it laid out, there was parameters for attendance, performance at work, and like you said, we brought the supervisor in and the supervisor was accountable too, because we're not always out there to see what the guys are doing on the job. We try to be out there as much as possible. And so the person has an idea of what they were doing wrong, what they can improve, and what they'll be rewarded in return for making an improvement in those areas on that evaluation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let that employee know that they have an opportunity, just like anybody else, to get to the top.
Yes, sir. So
You
they
have-
didn't
You
receive
have to
the.
explain to them what their shortcomings are, but know that you're willing to work with. And I remember I brought this up a long time ago. We weren't actually doing evaluations. It was just the department head deciding which ones were, or knew which ones were at the top, and the ones who weren't, nobody explained to them why they didn't get it. So if that's what you're doing, then I salute you, because that's what I think people want. They want to have an opportunity to get to the top. And, I know at one point in time, when I first got on council, we talked a couple of times about tuition for employees to go to school, the department who did it, so they qualify for a raise. So are we doing anything like that now, Lisa?
Not yet. That is on this list though. So we'll talk about that also in just a few minutes.
One more question. You mentioned that your department does that, the police department. Are all of our departments doing the same type of evaluation or just a few?
So it's very difficult to do the same type of evaluation.
But I mean,
because we have totally
compare.
different. But I mean, all of us had to determine how much each person would get when they, with that pot that we received. And so we did evaluations that made sense for each.
Okay, and same with the fire department, yours is similar to police?
The guys honestly are evaluated each and every day, honestly. So everyone who is working in a company is working with an immediate supervisor all day, every day. And his expectations or her expectations are, we want the best of the best. You want, we're constantly coaching them up so they can motivate their peers. We don't have a lot of issues with, we have a bad employee, that person usually doesn't last long because we have very high standards, so.
We do something completely different, but that's because we are the most libelous organization in the town. And when I came in, we actually do once a month. Because what I was talking about last year, the retreat was, you do annual, you remember the last good thing they did and the last bad thing they did. A lot of times, you're so busy all year that all of a sudden, oh, I gotta get this paperwork done. People are budgeting things. We call them chronologicals monthly. And they're done at the team level. And then those are sent up and they're put into a system where the entire leadership tier can see every employee in the department.
And I like what y'all have done with the supervisor being there, because I know both military and Bosch. A lot of times, and I don't think it was intentional, kind of games get played or misconstrued on evaluations. And to have two people there who are both accountable with the employee. And not as the police do, but I think supervisors should keep little notes because of the same thing he said.
Well, I remember, what Mr. Brown was talking about. I understand where he's coming from. So when they come up with that this year, it was, let's have this on paper. Let's, so everybody can see what's going on. This is to prove. On my side, it's, I can tell when you're punching in, when you're punching out, whether you're late, leaving early, not showing up, whatever the case is. But when it's actually in the field, you got to have a supervisor come in that's out there working with you. That's, I'm not out there 24/7. Like Ryan said, we just can't be in all those places at one time. So we have to have supervisors come in for that.
Can you clarify punching in? Is that electronic?
Well, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was another term, and I was like, been here, done that.
We used to have biometric time clocks where they would, they could use their fingerprint or their face recognition. Now they use the badge, and it ties into the ADP, the payroll systems. We have those at the locations for hourly employees.
Outstanding. All right, Miss Lisa.
Okay, so we're still on the increased lead time topic, and I wanted to talk about this because it's been talked about a lot among some of our folks here, but I know PTO is sort of the new thing that a lot of companies and a lot of municipalities, quite frankly, are shifting toward. PTO is personal time off, and that would be versus our the way we currently do it, which is you have so much sick time and you have so much annual leave. The pros of shifting over to PTO would give the employee more flexibility in how they use their leave. It would certainly be easier for supervisors and payroll because you've got basically one time off code. And it would create honesty and transparency. You're not calling in sick, quote unquote, and going to the beach. So, but when Chris and I started talking about this, fortunately, there were a lot of cons that came up with this also. It would make all leave compensable. So what that means is basically it would create a pretty significant liability for the town. It could create a situation where you have folks who use up all of their vacation, or excuse me, all of their PTO at the beginning of the year, and then they become severely ill and they don't have any time left on the books. Then what do? I know, we have in the past highly discouraged leave without pay. Just because it's so subjective to whoever is approving a leave without pay situation. Implementation can be complicated. I mean, how do you convert existing balances? I'm sure everybody in this room who's been with the town for a significant period of time has some sick leave on the books. In addition to the vacation, I don't know that it could be apples to apples, because that would be, a pretty big chunk of PTO. And if you had to do this conversion, it could result potentially in fewer days of sick leave, basically, so fewer days of PTO, and it could ultimately create a more negative perception if we were to do this. So I have this here so we can talk about it. I think at this point in time, if we shift, stick with the other additional leave options that we've talked about, that maybe we continue to study this and maybe dig in a little bit more to what the financial impact would be for us. But anyway, I'm just throwing this out there if anybody wants to talk about it. But my recommendation is that we don't pursue that at this time until we do a little bit more study.
I agree, because we changed the vacation leave and all, because people had saved it and we had a huge liability out there. And that's why you're gonna sell it at the end of the year. We want people to take it. It is there to give people relief. And I'm one of those people who worked every day for 7 years and used it for Christmas. But I like it the way it is. I think it reduces our liability and makes the employees use what they have.
Biggest issue we have in public safety, we're different than everybody else,
Different than anybody.
is well, you have a lot of people that don't want to take it, but then when they have to take it at the end of the year, they're taking it all. December is a wash. If everybody's gone, we're shorthanded. Just put it out there.
So I do think that that's probably what you were just talking about, Mark, is, and I do have this on the later chart, but that maybe consideration of payout up to a certain amount of leave instead of having everybody take off in December, because I know even at town hall, it's almost a ghost town, and it's because there's so many people who are in a use it or lose it situation.
We don't buy it back.
No.
I think we should buy their vacation back.
Well, what we did at
Their
the,
vacation.
what we did at the Ports Authority, that's where I came from, what we did there was you had the option of selling up to 80 hours limit, but you had to retain a certain amount on the books. I think it was 80 hours also, so you couldn't go under that, like you couldn't sell everything you had.
Yeah.
But we did have that option, and it was like an extra check, in December or whatever. So that's, that was at Sports Authority. Another thing that this would do, I was just gonna comment on this. How would that create a complex issue with retirement? Because there's some sort of 45-day rule with sick leave and to retire.
That's
So
a
that
good
would
point.
Well,
Yeah.
basically,
complicate
it
that
would
as well.
make every single bit of the balance you have payable, which is not the way it is now.
Right. Also, like I said, I think the state retirement has that 45-day thing, and that would.
And that specifically applies to the sick leave though, because it counts towards your time.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are parameters such that the person has to have been here for
Right.
a lot of years and, things like that. But yes, that is correct.
But no, that's how we did it at the Ports Authority, just to give you all a frame of reference.
So perhaps what we could do then is maybe just do a little study on this, see what we have as far as how many people, are maxed out on their annual leave. And what that would cost financially if, say, half of the people wanted to catch in, some of those or a portion of it.
It's more of your seasoned employees.
Yeah,
Because
A lot of people haven't, look at the landscape of all professions right now. They're staying somewhere 5 years or less, 3 years or less. So it's really your upper tier employees that have more longevity, in my opinion, that really benefit from this, but it also is a benefit to stay here longer.
And people see that as a positive in the future. I agree with what you're saying. Chief.
Yeah, that's part of the retention.
We're, I bet 90% of our employees are.
They won't see 3 weeks of leave.
Yeah,
ever.
right. It takes a while to really even our system where I think a one year employees is what a week, 2 weeks off, 2 business. So it takes a while, it takes over a year to accrue that 2 weeks off. So and that's not your max, what you can carry 2 weeks. You can carry more than 2 weeks before you lose the time. So
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No.
Thought of it, I was like,
Understand. We obviously have to consider cash flow as well, based on the time of year of when people would want to cash in. That's at the time when we are maxed out in the hole as a part of our budget cycle. So it would have to be something that's forecast from a liability standpoint. So we knew it didn't disrupt cash flow, because the majority of what we spend money on are the people who serve our communities. So just, yeah, I know y'all know that. I'm just thinking.
And I'll just add that communities I've worked for in the past, it had to be approved by council every year. So if it's budgeted, you can do it. If not, you can't do it this year.
yeah, I guess a thought for December. What if we made the payout in July with our budget?
Well, I think we can look at those scenarios.
That makes
and see.
some.
We accrue any unused vacation and in some cases sick leave. For me, I've only been here for a couple of years. My sick leave isn't actually accrued, but if you were here,
I have a lot.
yeah. So it is a little bit, the fact that, it is a little bit commensable because I can give my sick leave to somebody who doesn't have any, if they use all that. And even though mine isn't accruable, we actually just pay somebody for it, if they don't have any. So I'm not saying that is a huge number across a year. I don't know what that looks like. But there are a lot of different, factors on that. I mean, that's a great thing, because we do have people that, have unfortunate extended illnesses and things. You want to be able to help out.
So you limited that because people were taking advantage of it. It was an unlimited amount of time you can give away. People were off for a whole year because they were sick. And they had doctors who made them sick, or they allowed them to be sick. Let's be real here.
Yeah, we have limits on the donations, on the donor, on the recipient. They have to have exhausted there are a number of things to control that.
So it sounds like more study, and just something.
What the impact, the financial impact and when the time would be right. So, okay, one of the final at least major things that came up during these discussions, and this one got brought up quite a lot, is health insurance for retirees. Just to let you know, our current provider does allow retirees to remain on the policy. That just needs to be a policy decision from council as to whether or not you want to allow that to happen. Unfortunately, there are no funding options available to supplement the cost of that. And just to give you an example of what the cost for employee children, employee spouse, we've got the monthly cost up there and we've got the annual cost up there. So at this point in time, we don't have any funding that I'm aware of. I'm not sure, how much future funding we would be able to find to contribute to this. But we could, our council could certainly consider implementing this initially at 100% cost to the retiree. So that wouldn't necessarily cost the town anything other than potentially an increased cost in premiums over the years, because you will have an older workforce on our plan. So that would be the only potential cost in doing that. Now, at some point in the future, could council perhaps identify a funding source that they could then contribute to maybe some of these, plans? You know, that's something down the road. I just, and Rhonda, you can help me. I just am not aware of a source right now that we could use to contribute to this.
I think, as you all know, the cost and healthcare and our insurance premiums is just something we have zero control over. And committing to any funding of any piece of that is just really, I don't think irresponsible. And something that we just can't sustain.
How is the cost of our plan compared to the market for, say, a retiree who would have to shop it individually?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We had an employee like that, and the open market was better than down. A mama plan or whatever.
Well, I have heard that. I have heard that, but I think Chris has done a little
So-
research.
Some, and there may be somebody else in
It
here.
depends on salary.
Look at that some, but,
Yeah.
so if you look at it at first glance, you can find that, let's talk, and I'm sure the same applies to all these plan levels, but let's talk employee only, just a single individual looking for it. You can go out there and find plans that are 300, 400, 450 a month. So better, exactly. You go, oh, this is great. Now, those are very high, end up being high deductible plans, high co-pays, that sort of thing. And suddenly you turn around and go, whoa, maybe the 672 didn't look so bad. To get comparable plans, you might find that you're having to pay 700, 800, 850, that kind of thing. Is it, I think more
That's pretty much right.
is done.
Yeah.
So it's not as great a deal. And even I, for years, was like, you should go to the exchange. You can get a much better deal. But when you dig into it, it's not quite so much, so.
State employees, other counties and municipalities, they offer this pretty much. The majority of other entities offer this, don't they?
So a lot of entities are on the state retirement system, or not the state health plan, I should say. Under the state health plan, if you are in that plan 5 years or longer, then I believe that option is made available to you. The town has never participated in the state health plan. I will say, and then going back to slide number 1, the thing that our employees appreciate most of all, as far as benefits, is our health insurance plan. I mean, it's very robust and, you know, it always has been. And that's part of the reason that we never switched to the state plan, because the plan that we had was always better than what was offered through the state.
Well, with that being said, is there an opportunity for retirees only to go under the state plan? Could we?
No, the town would have to have been under the state plan for at least 5 years. Yeah, yeah.
I feel like where this is most important is for, our fire department. I mean, they are the ones that are exposed to, talks and different things that are come up later in life. I don't know, you know, so much that us paying, health insurance should be something we consider for owner or even police as much as fire.
I think all public safety, they're exposed to chemicals and our police forces are exposed to bullets. And they don't usually kill. Some may.
So what I'm seeing up here is, at this point in time, it would be paid by the retiree. The risk to the whole is that potentially we would have higher medical liabilities that drive up our insurance costs at a faster rate. Is there any indication that because the group is growing, that may provide any benefit? Or are we only looking at a risk of, you know, higher costs?
Of loss experience. Yeah, well, was what you're gonna say, Richard, have to do with what he's.
Somewhat, and I'm just gonna throw this out there for chat, but I maybe, I don't know if our employees, and maybe Department of Justice can correct me if I'm wrong, but that they truly know what these numbers are. And do you guys know, do y'all's people know that if they were to retire, they're gonna be paying, if they have a family plan now, they're gonna be paying $1,800 a month, can they afford that in retirement?
That's why they're not retiring, they're going to work another job.
Well, I totally understand that.
Yeah.
But, you know, if we left on our plan, and I know that internally, as a town, we battle every year to try to keep our premiums low, because that equates to a higher cost of living or increase we're able to give our employees, because the insurance policies are lower, the premiums we pay are lower. So I guess what I'm trying to ask y'all is risk versus reward, are our employees gonna take advantage of this, or are they gonna be able to take advantage of this, for one?
Right.
And two, is the minimum number that will benefit from taking advantage of it, is it worth it to the rest of the employees that we currently have? Because our insurance premiums are considered to go, I agree 100%, I think our premiums will go up because we've got more experience, more people in the pot, and an older population in the pot, as we stated earlier.
Right.
I don't think.
So if the employee, the former employee, the retired employee paid 100% of the premium, then yes, our only exposure would be, what does that growing group do to our rates as far as that goes? And the thing, and that would apply broad, not just full captive with who we're currently with Blue Cross, but if we went to a self-funded plan, we went to the state PIVA plan, everything, because loss experience is going to drive what those rates are as far as that goes. But that's on that topic, and I've talked to a number of employees over my time here, and that's gotten brought up so much, and I completely understand and respect it. But I've asked people, and I've said, do you realize that if you paid what the rates are, is that attractive to you? And I've had some go, oh yeah, I still want it. But others, to your point, Richard, I've thought to myself, have you really looked at what the rates are? And I'm not saying by saying that, I'm not saying don't offer.
Right, yeah.
Another thing is, and I don't know if anyone noticed, but the third bullet under other considerations is, you know, you put some stipulations on it, length of service to be eligible, minimum 20 years. And it says upon retirement, i.e. you have to retire under PIVA. So, you know, you're 20 years with us. And so that's going to limit the number of people. And I think we only see, and department manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but on an annual basis, I think we average just somewhere between maybe 4 and 10 employees that retire under PIVA. So you think, well, that's not very much, and it's not. But then you start doing the math and go 5 or 10 years, and they start piling up. And if we were talking a group that say we're just filling that gap with most people retiring a little early at like 59, 60, 61, trying to get them to Medicare at 65, which, by the way, this should be capped. When you hit 65, you have to go. But especially police and fire, or anybody who you get them who come out at 22, 25, you could have people eligible to retire under PIVA in their 40s yet. And then you've got them on your books for 20 plus years. Again, I'm not saying that's bad. That's just a fact. So you could end up with, after some time, a huge number of these people having this impact. So
And it doesn't take a huge number of people. Sure, Lisa remembers when we first started looking at insurance, we had 3 or 4 people. And for the public, we don't get names, we get statistics. But there was 3 or 4 people that was kicking our insurance up like 8 additional percent, or maybe even more than that for everybody.
People, a lot of my people, I've had people tell me they have left left the town of Somerville because of this, but the one thing, they said they're willing to work 20 years plus to have that, but they're leaving because they're vested, and they can now go work at Boeing and work 10 years and get insurance for the rest of their life. Right? So they're telling us that, like, they're literally, hey, I'll work to 20 plus years, just put that at the end of the, you know, jackpot at the end of the.
Whether we pay or not, whether we participate in it or not.
Yeah, like, so if they was.
Yeah, 100%.
100%, I'll do it, but nobody's sticking around. I mean, I could speak for public safety. They hop ship, and they'll be vested. They get 7 years in PORS, and they're going into another profession, 7 years or less. And that's just us. Now, we have the 2 largest departments in the town, but I'm Brett. Yes. I mean,
No, I agree. Yeah, I've never experienced.
instead of 5 years, staying 20 years, it means something. Yeah. We were doing the longevity, after every 5 years, but they stopped it at 25. I don't care. I mean, I don't get $2,500. It would be nice, but it doesn't incentivize. I'd rather have somebody with 25, 28 years experience who's had all these at the town of Somerville versus somebody who's got 18 years doing the same profession somewhere else coming here and just put it out there.
Yeah.
And there's, to that point, there could very well be a tipping point in there where it's worth it to get that much. Work out of that person.
But 5 years,
Commitment.
I think we do, we have a Cadillac health plan, and like I said, someone just came off of our town plan, I'm on the state plan now, and our plan is Cadillac, is no hands down, bar none. For what we pay for it too, and I guess what I would ask our department heads is, talk to your people, and I'm hearing what you're saying, your guys would be okay paying $1,800 a month when they left here. They stay on the town's plan and pay if they had a family, pay $1,839 a month for premium.
well, they would do that for 5 years. I'm talking about give 20 years to the town and take care of the people who.
Oh,
take care of the
you're
town.
saying add on.
Yeah, I got you. If you're gonna pay that, I mean, I'm paying that right now.
Okay,
That's a great price, and you're right, you're gonna get healthcare, but
yeah,
I'm talking long term. I'm talking about retention.
yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. So
Putting
you're
in
saying
those parameters.
20 years that the town actually picks up some of the tab.
Yeah, because you talking about, they flushed us. There was 4 or 5 people who had insurance that were breaking the system, and it was voted on and approved, and it went away because we realized that was a bad idea.
Chief,
Get them to Medicare.
I think we're talking about two different things. now.
Yeah, well, we are, but I'm,
Yeah, so.
And I think that was part of it too. We didn't have a cap back then.
Right.
And certainly that drove a lot of what took place with that. Having the cap as far as, okay, once you're eligible for Medicaid or Medicare, then you drop off.
right.
That's huge
Right.
in and of itself. So.
And I do want to point out for those that are listening or watching, that when it says employee only, that's what we're covering. We're not, they pay out of pocket right now, and they should be if they retire for their children, spouse, and family. Correct?
Those figures, no, those figures up there are the entire premium for each of those levels.
Right, and
So,
right
and-
now, the town picks up for employee only, and those are employees who are working.
Yes.
So the town picks up 100% for employee only, and a significant percent of the rest of those categories, not 100%. I think it varies a little bit between which category.
And
But
hopefully somebody retiring only needs spouse.
Right. Well.
You're retired 25 or 28 years.
Yeah.
You're already close to that age frame anyway. You're not gonna be.
And your children don't need to be covered if you're.
You're generally
if
older.
you're that-
They're all-
Yeah, Billy's,
Employee only.
Yeah, they won't be covered anyway.
Take care of these employees.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment that, this is a big topic for the town. We spend a lot of money on health insurance. And last year, we started a conversation looking at different brokers, looking at ways to solve this puzzle, because it's significant. Self-insured came up, that we are kind of on the cusp of whether or not we should be self-insured or not. I think Mount Pleasant does it. There are lots of different ways we can cut this. But maybe there's a way at some point when we get there, to manage the retiree risk through some other options if we're self-insured. I don't know, I don't have the answer, but I just feel like there has to be a little bit, better overall solution to help the town with these costs. Cause it's just like being in a boat, you don't know where you're going. And it's.
Do you have a slide on that, Lisa, for that? Because I know that was a big topic for us, is when you were discussing having our own healthcare center or
Oh,
place.
Yeah.
Is that on there?
It actually is not. I'll try to just briefly update everybody. Last year.
One more thing,
Yes.
just about the little topic before we move on. I was trying to do the math in my head, but I know I have I have a lot of longevity in Parks and Recreation. So I have a lot of individuals that potentially could fall into this category. I'm very interested to go back and ask them, say, if this was dangled in front of you, is this what's gonna push you out the door? But think about it, you know, if a lot of those employees would take advantage of that, that potentially would bring my salaries down as well, because a lot of those employees are at the higher end, for my staff. So there could be, you know, some savings there in the immediate too, just kind of offsetting with salaries.
Yeah, there are several people that could retire that won't retire because of this issue
So
specifically.
we may see
30 years.
salaries come down, anyway, just looking at my department, and knowing who I have.
So they're basically working for the insurance.
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not one of them, but.
Yeah. Are those people we would then replace?
They're people that we would then replace, but we wouldn't bring them in at the current salary that supervisor's
Right.
currently making. We would hire at almost at that entry level for that position. So there would be some salary adjustment between all of those positions.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know y'all were talking about some other things, kind of expanding on the topic, but I think we've reached lunchtime. And,
I think I've got.
I want to look at council members and make sure that you're, but I would ask that we continue this discussion in April at budgeting with some more refined options on, what our employees want, what our peers are doing, and ways we can kind of maybe fund some participation in the future, or what options make logical sense for us. And I'm looking at council members. Is that what we?
Yes.
Yes, I do want to add, I really do like what Doug does with his department, and I don't necessarily think that annual reviews are oftentimes enough. I know like on our website, we have a citizen complaint form for the police department, but we don't for like town staff. And I think we should have that. We should also have like a complaint handling policy, and that should where, you know, when those complaints come in, how they're handled, because there are departments and people that, you know, that might need to have additional training or reprimands, warnings, and I think having that complaint handling policy and a citizen complaint form on the website, just like we have for the police department, is important.
Do we not have a complaint?
Not for citizens, like for staff.
Yeah.
It's more just.
Well, for town staff, I mean, I think the procedure is if you get a complaint about an employee, you talk to their supervisor, that person talk to the supervisor, but if it wanted to be an anonymous, is that what you're?
Well, no, not necessarily. I don't know that this form is anonymous. It's just a process that it's documented in writing and follows a procedure versus having to go to somebody's supervisor. Okay, what happened with that? You know, was there a policy that was followed for that complaint? And when you get multiple complaints, that's how you determine, you know, if you're going to keep someone or not. I know in the past, we've had employees that have probably stayed too long and been a detriment to the town. And an annual review is simply not enough, I don't think, to catch that.
The route we could take with that, it's just an option, is if I could build a form, a complaint form, and put it on each department's specific webpage, and then whoever fills out that form, it would go directly to the department head or supervisor, and we could build it specifically for each department.
We can certainly look into
Cause I know
that.
for me, I'm not gonna stick around to complain. That's just, I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
They do.
Rather than a complaint form, could we just maybe do an employee feedback form, so whether it's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Obviously, look at a better
That's a
name.
good one.
Yeah, and that's what it says, citizen comment, complaint, accommodation form, so it can actually be for, you know, when they're doing great, when they have a comment or a complaint, that's what it is for the.
A lot of great comments, actually,
Yeah.
in that system.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
that's a good way
A lot of our
to
people
We
handle.
got a lot of love, more love than we do.
You do.
Right.
We do.
So whenever you're looking at, you know, how you're gonna divide 8%, you know, if they've got a lot of great comments, then they might get more than somebody with a lot of that, plus it gives you opportunity to train.
Okay, I like it. All right, I know we're out of time. I think that might have been the last. We just got,
You go ahead and cover the last little bit.
okay, these were just some,
Get to a-
okay. A stopping
Go
place. These were just some other ideas. This is the lead buyback that we've talked about. To reimbursement, Brown. pay referral incentive program, all of those have certain budget implications. I think I've got enough information that we're off to a pretty good start. These are certainly some things that we can come back and revisit. And these are some initiatives we already have in place. Chris, I don't know if you want to talk about this real quick, just to let you know, these are some things that we're already doing for our employees.
Yeah, I'll just say that, in wrapping up, that, you know, you look at these that are up there and they're not purely retention things. But they provide multiple benefits. I mean, a lot of them are very much geared towards, making our employee population, healthier, which pays benefits in multiple ways. You know, as far as their own quality of life, it helps the organization as well. You know, healthier people makes for better, you know, claims results as far as insurance and so forth goes. So there are multiple benefits to show, as well as showing that we're, I think, a humanistic organization that cares about our people and their well-being. And also we're striving to increase employee engagement in general, which I know is not the end all, but it's just another thing to create more of a sense of community within the employee base.
Chris, do any of these initiatives actually have a positive impact on our premiums? Do any of them lower our premium at all, or can they? Or are there any initiatives that can lower premiums, like?
There, a couple of them, as far as if you're doing this, it provides a break on, say, you know, certain factors as far as your deductible and so forth like that.
Yeah, like every employee gets a physical every year.
Exactly, that you can lower your deductible by a given amount, $125, I think it is. And indirectly, obviously, you know, it feeds into the overall health, so.
Awesome. Any questions? Any other discussion before we go into lunch? I've had a motion and a second to have a working lunch. How does everybody feel about that? Maybe we give ourselves 15 minutes, which will put us at 12:40, and we'll be ready to crank up our working lunch. All right. Thank you.
Now,
Okay.
All right.
All right, good afternoon. Everybody's got their bellies full, they're gonna go to sleep. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I am glad that we got the audit done. But I really want to emphasize that, I do appreciate my team of finance. Thank you, Dan. But also it takes all of you. This is a we. And if you can visualize, back in my day when they were cheerleaders that did that little pyramid thing, all standing on top, we all depend on one another and that makes it all work. So it's definitely a group effort. The audit report got a lot of information in it, and I kind of wanted just to put it in maybe a format that you're used to looking at on a monthly basis too. But I wanted to kind of go over this. So where are we going today? I want to look at our FY24 revenue and expenditures and show that we're kind of tracking on target. We have minimal growth that we're projecting over the next year. And so how do we fund capital? We have a lot of needs that we're going to go over today as far as what we might be able to look at with ARPA. But we need to just keep in mind, we need to find a sustainable capital replacement plan. We've been lucky the last few years that we have had ARPA to help out with some things. I think you'll see when we get ready to discuss capital that we have some very aging vehicles and a lot of needs in our town. So here's a recap of the audit report. This shows basically, if you look at the year-to-date actual, that is the results of the audit, put in the format that you're looking at every single month. Our total revenues of just over 40 million, our total expenses of 41, almost 42. So from an operating standpoint, we actually had a deficit of about 1.6 million. Now, we typically, we transfer from hospitality, that's part of our budget. So we didn't lose money. But I just kind of wanted to show without some of those transfers, just kind of how we're operating and what we depend on. We depend on that hospitality transfer. Also, because we had a purchase of Dominion building and we sold some real estate, I tried this last year to take those out of the formula so you can see operations without some of those items kind of muddying the water up. Oh, did it go by itself? I don't know. But anyway, so we ended the year with a surplus of $1.3 million. That's a small amount, in my opinion, with managing the projection of $40 million in revenues. So most of those came in the areas of property taxes and licenses, which we'll talk about in a minute. Anybody have any questions on this, how it's presented?
Sorry, that 1.4, 1.3, then we were surplus. That included the hospitality tax transfer.
Yes,
Is that okay?
yes.
But no fund.
And it also, no fund balance. It also included, which I'll get to that part in just a minute too. Here is the split on the property taxes. So 753,000, we were over what we budgeted for property taxes. License and permits, 1.8 million. A lot of that came with business licenses and building permits. I mean, I think we're in a phase of expansion really in the town. We have a lot of building projects going on. And I'll talk about those a little bit later, but every contractor that works in the town of Somerville has to get a business license. And they have to report their gross income, and that's what their license is based on. So, rising tide raises all the boats, then all the work that the Chamber is doing, that Dream's doing, and all the construction projects we have going on, so it contributes to all of that. State revenues, mainly local option sales tax. That's a guess, and 71% of local option sales tax goes back to reduce the tax bill for Dorchester, Berkeley, and Charleston counties. So that's kind of an unknown. I think in FY24, we certainly ramped that up a little bit, but that's a number that miscellaneous revenues. That's where the sale of assets is actually in this category is included. So we budgeted $1.5 million, took in $4 million. Some of that is the rec department had a good increase in their programs. And of course the sale of real estate. The transfers in Richard, you'll see the local option at 3 million. Also state, state tax at 76 million, 76,000, excuse me. ARPA at 800. We had budgeted, I think maybe 1.6 that we were going to use ARPA to supplement our general fund. We really only needed, the 800, is what I kind of had figured out right before the year end. And then we transferred 982 to fund some of the fire department expenses for the building, fire station 6. So that's kind of where we ended the year. Just wanted to kind of set the stage for FY24 and where we're going. Any other questions? So I kind of just wanted to show a visual, thank you, Chris, because being creative is not my strong suit, of showing the bars or the budget for FY23. So the black line is actual where we ended FY23, and FY24 budget is the yellowish orange color. So there are obviously some differences, there always will be, but I think we're tracking right along with what we projected. I think for me personally, I feel a lot better with our FY24 budget than I did at the FY23 budget. I was brand new. We were still trying to figure life out. So again, just wanted to summarize the revenue sources. And the main point in this is that 74% of our revenues generate from property taxes and licenses and taxes. So that's a big number, and it's something that we want to understand what's behind it and how to manage it and of course maximize it. Questions? Okay. Okay. So our real estate, our property taxes. I wanted you to kind of understand. I just looked at Dorchester County. We'll look at all of 3 counties when we get to the budget retreat at 8. But we have roughly 172 million in assessed value in Dorchester County. 35 million of that is in the Midtown TIF and the Oak Brook TIF. So the important part of that is that that base is going to stay that base for the next 20 years. So that part of our tax base will not grow. That's important because when you take out the highest growing areas, you can't expect the rest of that tax base to grow at 5%. So my comment about minimal revenue projection increases, that's one of the reasons. Now, anybody else? I'm hoping that maybe the Oak Brook TIF will do so well, they can prepay their loans after 10 years. I think I made a note of that to, as far as Dorchester County, our split is about 36 to 47% as far as 6% versus 4%. I meant to look and see on my tax bill, but I think we all recognize that whatever, for our own homes, whatever we pay in taxes to the city doesn't even come close to the services that we get from all of you. I mean, I don't think mine's $500 or $600. I mean, I can't get this kind of service for $500 or $600 yet, right?
Ms. Rhonda?
Yes, sir.
What was the other category?
There's utilities, there's business property that's
Industrial, well,
pardon?
if we don't have industrial, right, that would fall into there.
It would, outside the buildings, there's some, like the business property that they own, the tax commission, utilities, railroads.
Do we have any trend lines between that 36 to 47 ratio?
I do not. Trying to develop those.
Okay.
I couldn't locate some of that information from prior years, but I believe that the 6% has gained some more ground. And I think this year will show that as well. And that's really important, I think, to our operations. So business licenses. We collected, our business licenses is kind of in 2 categories, one for in town or one for businesses that we collect It's also insurance. Insurance companies pay taxes to us based on the property that they insure in our area. So that's kind of a separate category that I don't really have any analysis on, but it certainly helps us out a lot. Of the other 7 million that we collect in business licenses, 30% was collected from out-of-town contractors. That surprised me when I actually looked that number up. But then when you start thinking about the Berlin G project and the Maple Street project and the dollars of the big dollars of those contracts, we had then another 17% was generated from out-of-town businesses. So people that are doing business in the town, that helps us a lot. I looked at our top 5 business licenses. They accounted for almost $1 million, which isn't really a lot. But it's kind of interesting that 4 out of 5 of those was from the construction industry. I mean, one contractor, their business license was $250,000 that I looked up, and I expect that to increase this year, based on some. And again,
Do we have any fee and lieu projects going on in town limits?
I don't think so, but none that I know of, but there could be some other ones.
I was gonna say, we might have one with Berkeley County.
Okay. I'll try to look. Yeah. I'll try to look that up, differently next year. But just like with any business and looking at the risk and what the outlook is like, it's important to understand that a lot of our income is being generated from the building industry, not only from roads, but from some of our projects. I know Jesse has a long list of projects that are approved in the process or yet to be approved. So, you know, I don't see that stopping tomorrow, but it certainly is a risk that when it does slow down, then those income sources will decline. So I want to talk a little bit about the areas that, you know, the pockets of money. So I feel like we really need to be cognizant of what we have available and what we can use. I kind of feel like our general fund and our general fund balance is kind of like the baby you need to protect. You need to look at everything else before we go there. And grants, certainly, we love grants. They make sense. It's something you need and it makes sense. And if you have a huge match and we can afford it, then that's where we need to go first, obviously. Impact fees, if they fit into the formula, there are certain requirements around impact fees. Those are very important because obviously with all the building that we have going on, it certainly affects our infrastructure, and those are a perfect opportunity to use those funds. Hospitality accommodations, as all those people that the Chamber and Dream are bringing here, it's certainly increasing that pool of money, and you know, should be spent to revitalize and to continue to make our area attractive. I think that's other people's money that our Mr. Mayor likes to use. I love that.
My favorite money.
I love that phrase. ARPA funds, we're very fortunate to have had almost $8 million to be able to spend on some things that we would not have had. COVID wasn't fun, and we have dealt with it. So we have a little bit left that we'll be talking about today. And obviously general fund, we struggle with that every year, and I don't see that changing as far as able to fund our operations. Sanitation fund and the stormwater fund, those are special revenue funds. We get fees from our citizens to manage our solid waste and our stormwater. It's nice for those funds and for their needs to be independent and for those fees to always cover all their needs. That doesn't always happen. There certainly are opportunity. Any other questions about those? Okay, a little recap on the American Rescue Plan. Like I said, we got $7.8 million is what we got. And wanted to give you a little summary on how we spent that. So we had budgeted in FY22, we spent 1.1, almost 1.2. We put into the general fund to cover revenues and our shortfall there. That was the only way we could get our budget balance. So we did allocate that. For this FY 23, as we discussed, 800,000. I think we budgeted 1.6, only used 800. The fire station, the 982. The premium pay for essential workers, a vaccine incentive, almost 1.4 million. We, the home repairs and weatherization, we spent 225,000 on that. Operation Home, was that the name of the company that did that? I think that was very successful. I think even our CDBG fund right now, we're getting some requests for some other programs similar to that. That really helped a lot of people with weatherization and things for their homes. Mental health crisis intervention, that was funded for two-ish years, I believe. And that is two officers, Doug, and a clinician. And I think that's been a very successful project, and we hope to be able to continue that. Communications equipment, I think that was in the communications department, some of the fire department.
Portable radios, I believe.
Yeah.
Fire, police.
Yeah. Some of those items were things that we decided to spend later on after our initial tranche that we looked at. Vehicles and equipment for fire, again, we were looking at additional ways to fund some needs and use ARPA funds, those.
Can I add something, Rhonda? Just to clarify, when we initially got the ARPA funds, the use of those funds was very restrictive. So that's why I think you will see the wide variety of things that were funded. I think after we received the first tranche, we got notification that the town would have, or actually not just the town, everybody had a standard allowance up to a certain amount. So that freed up the rest of the money that we had to be able to use for basically anything that we needed. So,
I mean, technically, we can take the excess and just put it in the general fund and said we're covering insurance cost or whatever. Obviously, I think y'all made good decisions on trying to use this money for things that we needed across town. So we have already authorized some other uses out of ARPA. We had some mill work and some Old Town Hall improvements that needed to be made, some deferred maintenance. We allocated $150,000. I don't think it's going to come in anywhere close to that, but that'll free up a little bit of additional funds. At one point, we had a site we were going to make ready for storm debris, and that kind of has disappeared at this point, so that will not be used. Tasers, we were trying to figure out, it's a 5-year contract. We were trying to figure out some things, which we'll cover that later. So we can still use that 66, but the numbers change and just the dynamics have changed. Station 2 kitchen remodel. I think that is not going to take the whole 50. I think I talked to Tony about that. So we'll have a little bit left there. Also, I estimated that we might have to allocate $200,000 to complete the fire station and pay for all those bills. I don't think so, because we're using impact fees first. And so as soon as some of those projects get through, Don, and he collects that check, he's going to email me right away and let me know. And we'll use that first. So I'm hoping that will free up another 200,000. But presently, what we are working with is just under $1.8 million is what we need to find the best uses for the town. Questions? So where are we now? So same story. I think you can see from these slides that our revenue and expenses are tracking along with our budget. We really didn't project a lot of growth in FY 24, and I think that's going to be the same story. And we're still at the same question that we've been asking since I've been here, and that hasn't been very long. How do we fund capital? So kind of just wanted to bring those points back to you, because that's going to be the kind of the theme as far as we move into this next budget cycle as well. Okay, I emailed y'all a long list, and I apologize. First of all, any other questions about any of that?
Just an overarching comment. I know you just mentioned you haven't been here very long, but during that time, it's been extremely tumultuous. And for you to track as close as you did actual versus budget, that's fantastic job of getting your arms wrapped around it. And I appreciate you being on the conservative side, because bad news does not improve with age. We greatly appreciate you being slightly conservative. That's not too much. So thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but. But no, but our partners at the county, they certainly give me guidance on what the assessed values and all look like. They're invaluable to me. And, you know, they certainly get the credit for looking at that. But thank you. All right. So you have a spreadsheet. This is hopefully a little bit easier to read. I sorted in alphabetical order, so I don't want any departments to feel slighted. And what I'm gonna do is kind of go down the list and I will ask them if they have any comments. You certainly can ask questions to anybody. I don't have all the answers. I was just trying to find the best solution with the money that we had. So I'll start with administration. I think you've talked about in numerous meetings about wayfinding, about coordinating our efforts with Dorchester County. And we have estimated that that could be as much as $300,000 and getting all that done. I think that is important for our area. And we have identified probably A tax or H tax to fund that. And I think that's a good solution. Any other comments, frankly, so council? The next item is HVAC replacement. We had a lot of days last year where we didn't have AC for. It's already had temperatures up there, and when you don't have AC, it's even worse. So we were, we really needed to do something, and we had discovered that the energy grant that we've got, that we thought we were gonna do some electric vehicle chargers with, we can use that grant money to buy HVACs for the town. So it's about $113,000 for that. So we would have to fund 62. I am recommending that we fund that out of ARPA to try to get that squared away.
That'll take care of that side of town hall.
Yeah, yes. I know y'all had some problems too over there. on your
Right,
side.
but yeah, let's take care of this one. We got bigger problems, I think.
Do we need to get somebody to look at that? Because I think this is the third AC thing.
In the new building.
And that's,
Yeah.
that's not,
Oh, I agree.
I mean, we need to get somebody that actually does commercial units and stands behind them, because it hadn't been that long.
Right, I agree. I don't know if you want to add to this, Frank, but.
That's the old town hall.
Yeah.
This is the old town hall we're talking about here, not the new town.
Right.
Well, the new
But
town
for-
hall hasn't been any better. Right.
Well, part of what this grant, I think, can cover is somebody to come in and actually do an evaluation for us. And I think that's really at the base of what we need to do. This at least takes care of the old town hall, which has the more conventional systems that can, we think, easily be replaced. It's just money. It's
And
just money.
it's been patched mill, so there's been 2 or 3 units replaced. This will replace an additional 5 that were not replaced.
Do we want to look at a different type of unit?
Well, we've discussed that, but unfortunately, we have constraints on where we can put them. So it's a unique type of system, and we would have to repipe the whole city hall and redo everything. It would be a whole lot more than this. But yeah, that was my original. I was like, I'm not satisfied with this, but unfortunately, it's what we got for now. Talking a couple $100,000 compared to $1 million plus.
Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
Well, and the good thing is that the energy grant will cover some of it. That was really good news to all of us. The third item for administration is the Dorchester County Community Outreach Organization. I know you've talked about that organization a number of times at council meeting, and they have property on Miles Jamison Road, I believe it is. Yes. That they want to build a homeless shelter on, and it's certainly needed. We have a lot of needs in the community. So they have requested some funding from us. I put that as part of ARPA. I don't know if there's some other, requirements and ramifications that we need to investigate as far as that goes on what's allowable.
Yeah, and I think most of you on council will remember that they approached us a while ago and initially requested 500,000. I think they have probably reached out to you since then. Anyway, this is kind of in there as a plug, just so to give you all an opportunity to talk about it. But yeah, I agree with Rhonda. You know, if you all were inclined to give them some funding, we would probably need to just make sure the parameters were correct.
Yeah, there's sub-recipient probably requirements and our reporting that we want to make sure we're in compliance with.
And just as a question, we have not, to your knowledge, given any indication or commitment to the organization. Okay. I was not aware of any either. I know that.
They had a conversation, they came to council and made a request. But no, there's never a commitment that I'm aware of.
And I know Pam did some research on it. I don't believe she talked to anybody from the organization. Because originally, I think originally she was looking at something.
Okay.
All right, next item is, if y'all are ready, is our favorite topic, sidewalks. Sidewalks are expensive. And there's certainly, I mean, there's really almost no way we can fund sidewalks out of our general operating budget. It's too expensive. So the Central Avenue sidewalk, we were fortunate enough to get a grant from the state to cover part of that cost, but unfortunately the cost is more than that. $200,000 more is what I understand at this point. So I'm hoping that we can, our partners at Dorchester County would kind of partner with us a little bit on that, because I think there are some areas on that sidewalk that are in the county. So we have a lot of shared space, and we'd like for them to help us out a little bit on that. So I'm hoping that will come to be.
That's on our agenda for the joint meeting, or it will be.
Yes.
Is that correct?
And yesterday afternoon, Bonnie and I met with Jason Carraher and some of his team, and we talked about that as well.
Okay.
Just so they know.
And Kemma, Lee Street. We want that to be a priority. I think with the redesign and some other things that were going to happen, we did allocate 350,000 this year in the fund balance, but and I don't know, Bonnie, if you have a really good idea of what it might cost. I put 500 in there, but it may be more than that. But some of the permits had expired and some of the redesign had to happen. So I think we're kind of starting over, but I know this is a priority. But I haven't allocated any funding to that at this point. Next.
We'll just throw out there real quick that we don't want the first project, but want like the second one on that list. But by not doing something, because unfortunately that's where we are. We would be starting all over again if we don't get to a point where permits expire and all that.
Right.
So,
Right. Exactly right. We want to push.
Right.
We want to push that out.
Make a point about that.
Great.
Great point. The next section is for our fire and rescue team. Chief Melcher sent me a request, and I'll go over a couple of those, and then I can give him the floor and you can ask questions. They were looking for a 15 passenger van so that when they go places as a group, they don't have to use multiple cars. They can all go together. They would use it numerous times with recruits during the year. I think, and it would save some money and allow everybody to be together. Next item is the box truck that would transport equipment for instances with involving structures, whether it is storm related or some other kind of accident. It would get some equipment to the site to better assist our citizens. The last two items are certainly smaller but very important. The routers and the mounts. I don't know if I understand the exact organization of that, but I assume that the routers would then enable the call to go to the right units so that we can respond quicker. That. And of course, the last item, which is very important, is rear washer extractor. We only have one, the whole fire department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 25 years old. That certainly helps with, extracting some of the harmful, agents that firemen come in contact with. You wanna, do you wanna say anything?
Yeah, the 15 passenger van, just one of the main reasons for that is, we did have, when we go to a class, and we go to classes quite often, out of town classes. We usually end up having to take spare fire department vehicles, or the guys will have to drive separately. So this will keep from having to pay out per diem and stuff like that for gas and things like that when everyone's in under one vehicle. And as far as recruit school, we would use it 2 to 3 times a week in recruit school because we're always shuttling back and forth between training for different agencies. And then the box truck, we had, I would say within about 13, 14 months time, we had 9 incidents that involved vehicles versus buildings. We had to actually go and shore up the buildings. This box truck would be able to store all of the equipment necessary to be able to transport to and from, or to, and would be able to shore that building up. This actually, at Burns Jewelers on Main Street, they were actually able to open back up almost immediately, within a couple hours, because those guys were able to get in there, transport the equipment. But during that, what took so long is we had to leave from wherever they are with a pickup truck with 2 people, go out to our training facility, pick up the trailer, load it up, and then come all the way back. So this will cut back on that response time. And then the routers and mounts, those are for inside of our engines. And basically they're just a computer for the engines. That way, if the guys are out of the station, they're not in the station, they're out in the district or whatever. Whoever's closest to the incident, dispatch is able to ping them, and they can request the correct engine, so to reduce response times.
I think we have our police cars.
Same thing, yep. And then the gear washer extractor is pretty self-explanatory. Just the one we have now has been well worth the money, but we are actually looking to get even more in the future. So this would help us out tremendously. Right now, we don't have 2 sets of gear, so we're having to constantly wash our gear and decon after every fire, decon each other. So.
Anybody wants to see that equipment, it was on the Today Show last week.
Any other questions for Chief Melcher? Maintenance. First item on the list is a pickup. I think presently, a Yukon, I believe that, Dan had when he was there. Ryan felt like a pickup would be a much more practical and used item, and we'd like to take the Yukon, either repurpose it for somebody else, salvage it, trying to evaluate what's the best for the town, as far as that goes. And to get something else maybe for his admin to, travel back and forth when she comes to town hall. So not really sure what that looks like as far as handing that down or getting something new, but definitely recommend the purchase of the pickup truck. The other 4 items are smaller items, and I'm recommending that we just put that in the FY24 or FY25 budget, depending on what's available left this year, or either put that in next year's budget to purchase the transmission flush, the electric impact, those road calls, and then the jack and the truck compressor. Anything else you'd like to say, Ronnie? Any questions? Parks and Rec, a couple of vehicle needs. The truck that Amy's asking to replace is either the 2003 with 146 or the 2001 with 83,000 miles. So she had some aged vehicles
I recommended we do one in ARPA, maybe we look at replacing one in the FY 25 budget. She's also looking for an SUV, for her staff. Again, she's faced a lot of times with looking for a vehicle that will seat for people for her staff to travel to training and other things. Right now, they're using a 2005 Trailblazer, and that's not a safe vehicle to certainly travel out of town in. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you stone, it wasn't safe when it's new. I'd like to see what we have for a vehicle pool. Because I'm seeing all the departments need out of town, good condition vehicles. And not needed every day. So if we could get a good pool of varying vehicles that we can use and have identified, because I guess that's my problem. I hear about them, but I never know where they come from.
I think that's a great idea, Bob, overall.
I actually have a couple of K9 Ford Explorers that I'm gonna be putting up for deadline. I like to, when the time comes, allocate, obviously she would like a brand new car, but if I can give her two, I'll give her two SUVs, if the council will allow that when the time comes. But those vehicles are being replaced. There's nothing wrong with them other than mileage, and wear and tear for police use, but just something.
I think we have a huge opportunity for shared resources, because everybody has needs and different needs at different times, but, I don't know what exactly that looks like, but I think that it's something that we should probably look towards.
And I was even thinking about the van. I mean, the uses that I'm thinking of, I mean, we've had, plenty of times where we had several of us going to a meeting that would be great if we could group together, even council members, you know, if you wanted to go look at something, join together as a group, you know, I can.
You can take our bus if you want.
Well, I know, I had asked you, we were gonna go to that meeting in Charleston, I had asked you if you had a vehicle that we could use. We didn't end up going, so.
No, and I think that's great. It's like traveling with the chamber. For all of us to go to meetings together, that's a whole another meeting in itself. And just team building, if nothing else.
It is, it makes me a little nervous to think that all the decision makers would be in one vehicle.
Gee.
but-
You never got to ride with us for police.
That's right.
The,
Does that have to be a public meeting?
That's a good question, but.
the function of fleet management, does that rest currently on each department head? Or is there a central fleet management sense of responsibility? Who's doing that?
Do you want me to try to answer that, Ronnie, help you answer that perhaps? I know years ago, if we attempted to have a centralized fleet management. I think over the last several years, it has broken down a little bit. Not for any one particular reason, but I know the fire department, you handled a lot of your routine maintenance, and certainly the police has. So that's sort of, you know, become separated and segregated. So I think to answer your question, we don't necessarily have a centralized fleet manager. Ronnie, of course, handles anything that comes into their maintenance department. I mean, they're gonna get it
He
fixed.
tracks all,
Yeah,
anything that's done on a vehicle, they track it. So if one of our guys does something, our guy does something to the vehicle, theoretically, they report it, and you keep it in a system that's gonna go to the cloud-based, thanks to Lenny. And, but yeah, like, that's how we operate. Mine only do triage. My guy only does triage. He does the oil change, tire changes, lamps on it. He is now an installer. So we usually spend about $2,500 per vehicle to install or to gut or whatever. And his salary is paid for basically just yearly based off of that cost savings. But Ronnie has all that. We send it all to him. He asked me to say that.
so we essentially have a data keeper is what it sounds like. But as far as somebody actually looking at our fleet as a whole, if I think that's what you're asking, I'm not sure that we are doing that as well as we could.
And we have that, we have that data. I don't know that anybody looks at it or manages or assesses it.
Who could do that?
I don't, but
Who could do that?
On staff, who could, or maybe could we ask, you could ask the departments who could maybe handle that.
We'll try to do some brainstorming on how we could do that.
Handling like the aspect.
As far as, I think we might be talking about two different things. I think we've got the data that we're all interested in having, and then we've got okay, what is a realistic replacement policy? What is a realistic?
It's gonna be different for any.
Exactly,
Used,
right,
That's a different.
right.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Like the
first we need uses.
Mhm,
Who needs it?
mhm.
Yeah, because fleet management for, the town is gonna look different than fleet management for the police. department.
Mhm, mhm.
I think that's why they set it up the way to do it, where they have the individuals within their departments that are set up to kind of manage their fleet, and then they do it through Ronnie over the maintenance department, because,
Holds all the data.
I mean, police and fire are so different than public safety vehicles, so different than other ones, and I'm not criticizing other, because I know Mark's trucks are on the road probably more than any, as far as getting mileage on them, but when you're talking about the diversity in our fleet, everything will push them over to a ladder truck,
Right.
that's a lot of diversity for one person to be able to manage that whole entire fleet of
Well,
assets.
vehicles
Kind of
mainly.
stuff. Was that?
I think vehicles are the main thing that we should look at.
It might be as simple as when a vehicle is ready to be surplus, it gets approved by council first before it can be surplus. But maybe instead of just surplusing old vehicles, we look at reuse or recycling vehicles if it's something that's still viable. But a lot of them, by the time they get to council for surplus, are, it's not worth trying to transfer it to another. And it may be to certain departments for use if it's not being used every day, just for transportation for certain aspects, certain uses, but.
And the other thing is we need vehicles that are good for long distance travel, that we can put our employees in, at least believe they'll get back.
Well, a lot of the vehicles, it's not cost effective to put the money in them to get them back to that point.
Right. It's just.
Yeah. And hopefully that's why we're surplus.
Yeah. Doesn't got two vehicles right now that the steering's out in them, and it's $6,000 to fix them.
So I have to deadline them.
And they're over 100,000 mile cars, so it's.
It was just.
Those aren't the two you're giving the parts.
No, not.
No, I promise.
The last thing that I would want, and I'm not speaking for y'all, but is to have council micromanage fleet management. At all. I think our intent is to set policy and let y'all do the managing, so.
Right.
Maybe we can work towards that, whatever policy you guys need, so that we aren't the decision makers when it comes to that, because that's not consistent. That would be not efficient either.
And I will just add, so the trucks, particularly, we need trucks. Hopefully I made my case last month when we met and I shared some data. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but one of these trucks has broken down 3 times in the last 30 days. It's been in Ronnie's shop. If we don't replace them, I mean, it's costing us a fortune to maintain them. It's costing me downtime. I'm splitting crews trying to get them to places. I mean, it's a work stopping issue for us. I was asking for 2 now. I need more than that. And there'll certainly be additionally for the next budget cycle, but vehicles are an immediate need for Parks and Recreation. And I don't need the nicest and the newest, but I do need something that works, and we don't currently have that.
And I think this, would you be ready to give her 2 vehicles? Sounds like she needs.
I'm just waiting on the rest of the equipment that's kind of come from China, but the cars are here on deck. I'm just waiting.
I think it's where our capital replacement fund that we talk about quite frequently is kind of hitting us in the gut, more or less, to say we haven't kept up with our capital replacement, so here we are with situations like Amy's dealing with, so.
That's a theme across all
It seems-
departments.
yeah, it seems
I
to be.
say, when you look at the age on a lot of these. things, looking to
Figure that one
replace.
truck got over 20 years.
And we just surplus some that are older than.
Can't catch them so long, and then you can't find parts for them,
Yeah.
It's hard to get parts for them.
The last thing I had for Parks and Rec is the Gahagan Field storage unit, storage yard that Amy's been looking for a while, looking for a place to source some things. I think that park impact fees would probably be a good place to look for that. Certainly with the increase in our park fees and with all of our expansion coming into the town, that we should be able to fund that out of park impact fees. Anything else you want to say, Amy? Any other questions? I'll move to the police department. The first item is what I alluded to earlier is the mental health crisis team. We like to continue that out through December of this year. ARPA needs to be obligated by that point, and so we need to end it at that point. I think the 275 will take us pretty close to that. I know that Chief Wright's going to look at trying to make that a permanent part of the department because it's so needed. I mean, all across our nation, you see the mental health needs that are out there. So that will be, as part of our everyday challenges. But we're fortunate that we can have ARPA to kind of fund that for a little bit longer until we can figure out what the permanent solution of that is. Patrol rifles, 22,000. That will add to the rifle inventory and get every officer closer to having one. I think Chief Wright tries to add something to the rifle inventory each year. So he's requesting that. Polygraph equipment, obviously, we want to replace some equipment that's 7 years old. I'm sure technology has improved in those 7 years. The fourth item is tasers. So tasers and body worn cameras, video cameras in cars, all of these items are not capital expenditures anymore. They're going to subscriptions. Typically you would buy something and then you'd have a maintenance contract on it. Everything's gone to a subscription based. So you have 5-year subscriptions. So this, we're struggling transferring to this kind of methodology. It's going to cause some accounting nightmares for me because there's a whole nother, all kind of different guidance on what subscriptions look like as far as accounting for these. We thought 118 was going to be a good number, but it is closer to 135 as far as what the annual cost of the tasers is for 5 years. So that's one of those items, just like a number of things that we have to plan for. I mean, if we're going to use tasers, we have to plan for them. Right now, the tasers that we have, if we used them and we were in a court situation, I don't believe the company would back us up at all on that. So that's certainly, an important risk prevented. And in-car videos, I think that's the same thing, isn't it, Chief Wright, as far as the subscription on all of those and these are just replacing the in-car videos on our outdated cars. So I think as we get new vehicles, we're trying to upgrade that equipment. But that is a subscription base as well. We're going to try to get the grant to cover part of that. We can do that through the state. Of course, there's no guarantees on some of that. Any questions, Doug? Would you like to?
I think the mental health crisis team is self-evident. I think everybody's seen the success of that. We've talked about it for the past 2 years almost. One thing, she has it funded out from, obviously the money has to be spent by September 30th in the federal budget timeline, but that funds it through the end of the year. Theoretically, if this was to be something that could be passed in July, it would absorb the 6 months of that, or thereabouts, 5 months of that. Patrol rifles, we're happy to talk more about that if anybody has any questions. Polygraph, we polygraph every police officer and dispatcher candidate that applies. They go through a very rigorous process before they're even brought before their first interview board. And most of them are disqualified on their background checks and on the polygraph. Taser, that number is actually going to be different. The reason being is I was asked to go to a 5-year lease. We had a 6-year lease plan. The 6-year lease plan was going to be 118,000. It's actually going to be $132,946 per year for 5 years. But that includes, brand new tasers for every police officer, in the police department. We're on an older Taser 4. We were gonna go to what's called a Taser 7, which has been out for several years, which is, they're already replaced that with a Taser 10. We talk about the monopoly these companies have, but, this would be for Taser 10 for everybody. And that would include all of the maintenance cost, the cartridges, the training cartridges that are used, the batteries, the download software, the cloud, and then obviously, the backing in a civil, tort claim if we had one. And looks like we talked, yes.
Question, Chief, on those tasers. So can we surplus tasers? I mean, is
To who?
to go to a smaller municipality?
Nobody, well, we've given them away in the past, but a lot of them, so they take them back. We get trade-in value.
Oh, okay.
But they're gonna be rendered useless, basically, kind of like iPhone 4 and you get an iPhone 14, they're gonna throttle it back so slow that you have, with all the software upgrades, it's gonna be rendered, inoperable almost. So
So we do some type of trade-in.
we do that, with what we can, we do a lot of that. Believe it or not, that's something that's very popular, much like you trade in a phone and you think you're getting a good deal, but the phone's obsolete. So, but yes, ma'am, this we're actually saving in this, we're saving 21,000, I'm sorry. We're $21,719 a year, which is a total over 5 years of $108,596.46. We're saving by doing the Taser 10 instead of the Taser 7. So even to go to a newer Taser, we're gonna be paying cheaper money. And then, of course, the car cameras. I mean, this stuff's very expensive. As we talked about before in subscriptions. Basically, we have 5 in the new Tahoes that were funded by H-tax money. The vehicles that were bought last year that are just now arriving now with the equipment. It's almost all the cameras are in. There's 18 more of them, so that's 23 cameras. That leaves us with 100 more cameras we have to get to replace a camera system, much like the Taser, that is no longer being made. They're gonna stop making pieces for it like Taser did, to where you will not be able to repair it. And you're gonna be forced into going into this new product. So what we did was we had server space at the police department, since we started this. Now we're going to the cloud, much like Lenny talks about. It's gonna save room, it's gonna save money, it's gonna save time. So all this is incorporated into that. And that's, 20 a year. Basically, we're trying to put that capital expense into the price of the car. So this will be able to allow us to go into that realm for the next, to help complete that upgrade.
Chief, what's the electric way to see the camera?
Probably 10 years, depending, give or take.
So better than, a little better than the bullet.
7 to 10, but they come, yeah, right. So this is our, since we built this company, we were the first one in South Carolina to have it. Now virtually every agency has it. So we were actually a pilot program for this company. They got bought by Motorola. So we've had 3 renditions. This will be, I think, the 3rd integration of this system. But the technology in this system is unbelievable. But you don't have any other choice because they're not going to make anything else unless you go to another company. Then you're going to have to buy all their software, all their cloud storage, and all their hardware, and you're going to be rendered. All the stuff we have, we can't trade in. So you're kind of stuck.
For planning purposes, we can just pretty much plan
Yes, sir.
a car, a camera.
Yes, our car camera. That's correct.
Camera.
Car camera, right.
Any other comments?
Yes, something I think we need to think about. And my experience on trying to follow some crimes in my area, and we have to wait more than a year to get fingerprints sometimes. And I guess I'll let Chief tell that story because we've already discussed it.
I forgot you mentioned that. So there's automatic fingerprint recognition system, or APIS, identification system. Charleston PD has one, North Charleston, Charleston County. SLED, obviously we take all fingerprints that are latent to those locations and we run those prints. Much like everything else we borrow from everybody else. I didn't ask for this item only because mission critical. I only asked for mission critical. I mean, but this is something that would be helpful. But to have an APHIS machine, we are looking at grants to apply for one. You have to have 2 operators. So we are identifying what that price would look like. One of the things that Mr. Jackson, I think, Councilwoman Johnson Wilson brought up was going to these other agencies, getting these people trained to be able to do it themselves at their location. We could do that, and it is something that's very plausible. The problem we're running into is the backup on a lot of stuff. We have 1 or 2 people that do all of this, so every casing of every bullet that's fired that we recover gets, or every gun, every casing we recover gets matched up in a NIBIN system, which runs all ballistics for every gun that's fired in America that's in the system. So it's like a fingerprint. So we actually just bought a tank for that. We were using North Charleston. This was the example I gave him. We were using North Charleston, so we were sending somebody down there to shoot 20 guns a week into a barrel to get the jacket of the round out to match it up. And we were solving homicides in other jurisdictions to include our own with that. So we just went and bought our own tank. We're now conducting those firing tests ourselves. We spent $10,000. I think it wasn't budgeted, but we took it out of probably our general fund for the police department, and we used it, but we're seeing return on investment. So I don't think it'd be advantageous for the town to put that much money. I know it's very expensive for this machine, but we are already looking at pursuing grants to try to see if we can get an APHIS machine. We did plan for this, to let you all know, future planning, the new public safety complex. When we came up with the design, we did design in a location for an APHIS machine to be located. But to answer your question, yeah, that's a lot of residents are frustrated with time constraints. DNA is obviously the biggest problem we're dealing with. And if you saw some of the news in the past week or 2, you've seen that Charleston County is building their own biological lab down on Leeds Avenue next to the jail. Berkeley County just put $1 million into it. They came to us and asked me for $1 million. I told them I'll have it. Charleston City, North Charleston, they're all putting money into it to be able to get their DNA back faster, but we just don't have that kind of money, and I'm not going to ask for it. When we have things that are mission critical, we absolutely have to have, and that's what these items are.
And I guess something for us to look at, his mission critical to me is different than mine. We've got break-ins all over subdivisions in cars, and it's becoming worse and worse. And I've got 3 stolen cars in the area, and it might be a year before we even find out the fingerprints are good. So what use is it? I mean, it's almost like we're not policing.
Yeah.
So just my thought, and hopefully we can get some use.
We public safety, a lot of people get, the other departments get upset. We have the largest line share of the budgets, obviously. But we do recoup a lot off of grants. I think Captain Batista wrote, I think $400,000 worth of grants we were awarded, I think in October. And that's helping offset 128,000 of that is offsetting the camera costs that are in all the new cars that we ordered that are coming in. So we do apply for a lot. We had turned down for way more than we asked for. I can assure you that, but we do.
When we met, we talked about I think there was an individual that had just went to another department that was, sorry, I'm trying to remember everything we met for several hours, but they were trained for DUI, but for things like yes.
Right.
Is that funded under that mental health crisis team to train another one of those, since we only have one?
It's not, it's actually under traffic safety. So we used to have, what Councilwoman's referring to is a drug recognition expert. We used to have 3 in our agency. There's only 1 in the Low Country right now. They've all have left and gone to the private sector to work for attorneys, or they've, gotten out of law enforcement. But we don't have one now. We did, since our conversation, identify an officer to put through that training. It does take about 4 years to go through. But once they get a certification, basically what that's used for is when you conduct a traffic stop or there's a vehicle collision with what you would think is an impaired driver. A large majority, a lot of times it's going to be somebody who's drugged. And we have no way to measure that through the data master machine, the breath. for us to do a Dukas Tecum search warrant on their blood and to actually get a blood reading on them. But if we have a drug recognition expert, which we have one on call, we call out to come to the scene from another agency. They come to the scene and they have a battery of tests and tasks they go through to determine if that person is impaired, and then they come in and testify as an expert in the case. So, but to answer your question, yes, ma'am, I did, since our meeting, we did identify a traffic safety officer to go to that training or start that training. I hope that continues to go through, but yes, ma'am.
And hopefully we do benefits that we keep them and start another one in 2 years.
Any other questions, any other comments? All right, maybe close to our last slide. Stormwater, has some, modest, requests, but I think again, in all these cases that we can use the, stormwater fund balance to fund these, that is what the fund balance is for in certain cases. We're very fortunate that we didn't have to dip into their fund balance to help us balance things in the general fund. So that gives him some, Ryan, some flexibility to use some of that. So, the first item is an excavator. It replaces a 1998, Deere. So, that's I'm sure that has a hard time, working. F-250 pickup, that replaces a 2010, which will be an extra one. Is that right? And then you'll salvage the 2000 one.
Correct.
Okay. 60,000. And a Nissan Frontier pickup, that is going to replace a 2005 Trailblazer. And all those items, I'm recommended that we fund that stormwater fund balance. Anything you'd like to say, Ryan?
I don't think, it's just replacing machines that are out of date or
Old.
yeah, but exceeded their expectancy.
We get all the use out of it, don't we?
Yes, ma'am.
The next section is streets with Mark Campbell. He is I know we're always seeing we always have problems with all the services that we have to provide. Our town's grown. I know Mark's dealing with aging equipment. I know Bolt broke down this week. So we're constantly struggling on getting things together, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of these items are on our CIP plan. So some of these things that we kind of pushed down the road as well. A debris wheel loader for 219,000. That replaces one that has a blown engine that can't be fixed. So it's something that we.
And right now it's boat week, and next week's a boat week, and we have 4 loaders down and 2 running on the street. So that's gonna be behind. So everybody knows.
So I'm recommending we fund that item out of ARPA. Same thing, a debris truck, a Freightliner. That's replacing a 2011. I don't know if that's the one that's down or not, but.
It's coming.
For 155. Street sweeper, that's gonna replace the 2002 that we're operating right now for 321,000. We have talked about a pilot program for normal debris pickup. The estimated cost of that, including the truck and the canisters, is just under $400,000. I think that is something that it needs to be discussed in a lot more detail with council, but I kind of just wanted to put this on the list as you were, because we were talking about it, looking for a way to minimize personnel costs. This truck could be operated by 1 person, 2 people instead of 3 or 4 that we have now. Oh, 5 now. So anyway, so looking at ways to work smarter, obviously, but I think it warrants a lot more discussion. But I wanted to put it on this list as well. Obviously, a skid loader engine, $14,000. We probably need to fix that.
That's got to be fixed, needs to be fixed, needs to be replaced. It's kind of to wait until it gets closer to budget time to see if there's anything left over that I might have and maintenance repairs to help pay for that. But yeah, we need that fixed.
a right-of-way tractor, 46,000, that's replacing the 2016. A hitch boom mower that replaces, that's replaced in that same piece of equipment.
Well,
That's
that
both the
same,
things.
that piece of equipment is actually, it's the same piece of equipment on both lines. One's built on, the other one is detachable, so I can hook it to another piece of equipment when this tractor breaks down. Right now, the tractor keeps breaking down, not the boom mower, but we cannot, it's not separable. We can't take it off and put it to another tractor. So we need to do away with that, because it's been a constant issue for the past 2 years. Constantly breaking down, it's been taken all over the place. We need to get something we can actually use to cut ditches. I know Ryan cuts ditches back, we cut ditches right of ways back as well. This is a smaller version of it that we can unhook from one tractor, put it on another tractor we have, so we can continue mowing throughout the year, whenever we need it.
And the last item is a batwing finish mower, which would help on the bike trails, pedestrian areas, for 23,000. You don't currently have one of those, is that correct?
We don't have one of those. What we have is what we're supposed to have is a 4-person right-of-way crew that cuts right-of-ways all over town, the bike trail, all the streets that are in town, we maintain. I'm having difficulty finding anybody to actually run the third tractor, the last tractor, the fourth one. That job position's been open for a few minutes now. Buying this batwing mower, we can hook it to the tractor and have one guy cutting, the bike trail while the other two are actually going somewhere else and running the routes. So I'm trying to cut back. I'm trying to take a 4-man crew, turn it into a 3-man crew, buying a piece of equipment and doing the same job in the same amount of time.
And then would we still be looking to hire that person?
That's a wider mower.
It's much wider, yeah.
Okay.
And even on, what is that, Maple Street, which I know that, I think we've got that in the contract now, but they would have been wide enough to cut those right of ways as well. Because we would normally send the crew of 4, which is actually a crew of 3 for the past year or so, over there. And that takes, a good day or so to cut that. So we're trying to come up with equipment that we can do the same amount of work with less people and get just as much done, is what I'm trying to do.
I know I've asked this, as remote control cutters come to the place that they're affordable, economical.
I almost didn't hear what you said.
Remote control mowers,
Yes, sir.
are they,
Not for us, no, sir.
I just saw one guy running about 4 of them cutting that intersection.
Yeah. In small areas, those mowers are made a lot for doing hills, especially out near, the interstate interchange, different places like that. It's obviously a lot safer to be able to sit in the truck and watch you cut grass than to be out there right by, traffic. But where we got to go is that now would be impossible.
Your debris pickup trucks, what's the weight that they can pick up at one time?
So you're looking at,
This is the scoop, right?
are we talking about the wheel loader or the truck?
I don't know, the scoop.
Okay, the tractor itself, then. So it's a 2-yard bucket most of the time.
Yeah.
The bigger the bucket, the more we can pick up, but we try to keep no more than about a 2-yard bucket on each loader.
So, but what I'm
So how
saying,
much can they
what,
pick
yeah,
up?
how much weight can they pick up at one time?
Can you be more specific?
I'd say what?
Like,
Like 500 pounds or like a ton or what?
It's more than 500 pounds. It's more like a ton.
Safely.
Yeah. That's right.
About the same weight as behind front wheels.
Yeah.
So it'll pick up my piano that's sitting out for the roadside. That's just, I want to make
We could definitely do that if we had something.
We can always cut it in half.
I'm not getting done, but we'll try, we'll do the best we can.
I will make a point that some of that equipment could be purchased with impact fees. We have some other uses for impact fees as far as a design fee for public safety building that that is why this is being recommended to come out of our funds. Any other questions, comments, remarks? So, little summary, these requests are just things that I asked department heads to send to us if they need it right now. So total request of about $4 million, recommended about 2 million, and we have 1.8 available. So we're underfunded by 192. I'm hoping that will kind of come out in the wash a little bit with some of the other contingencies that we can clear up. As far as that goes, our CIP plan for 5 years, I believe, had $77 million on it, just to give you a little bit of perspective. And we had a little bit of money for public buildings, for court, then we had 3 million for court. So nowhere near the 77 that we were looking at. So there's still a lot of needs out there.
So you said that's the 5-year? 5-year capital plan?
The 5-year capital plan that we did a couple
The
years
the
ago.
required CIPs that we had to do to update our impact fees.
Correct. At 77,
Yeah, from 2021 to 2020, I mean, to 2021 to 2026.
that did not include
It
the
did not
full
include.
price of the municipal complex, which is also $77 million.
Right.
Nor did it include
Coincidentally,
inflation of the licenses that all went up.
right. Now, some of these items are on that list, but just as a perspective on what the needs really look like. We need that capital plan, replacement plan.
Well, you went through a lot of information,
I know, I'm sorry.
and I appreciate you emailing it to us earlier so we could review. And I appreciate each and every one of you, department heads, for doing so well from a service standpoint for our citizens with what sounds like an aging fleet. So thank you for that. Council members, any questions?
All I can say is thanks for doing so much, and so with it.
I think if we have a recommendation from staff on getting these capital funds taken care of, can we take action on that today?
I think we can. We actually talked about that because
Yeah.
we weren't sure how much change or discussion was going to happen today. So we thought, okay, we'll listen to everybody and then bring this back at the finance committee meeting for formal approval. If that
works.
We have a little tweaking to do on some of the dollar
Yeah.
amounts and some things that.
Okay.
And then if Amy's vehicles, depending on what they decide there, amongst each other.
Just anything we can get done ahead of our next budget cycle is a little bit less that we're gonna be faced with.
You can.
Yeah.
So yeah, so if we can put this on finance, then that would eliminate that, that piece.
Council members. You all ready?
I
with that
didn't
approach?
see where this tied in there, when I met with department heads, police and fire, there was some, additional pay increases. I didn't see that on here. When will that be discussed?
At our full budget retreat in April.
Yeah, we asked them to stick with capital items only, since we knew ARPA was gonna be the primary funding source. Sort of a one-time pot of money.
But this does not include the capital items that they need for the whole FY 25 year. There'll be some recurring things, police cars, other things that will be in that request. Hopefully, this just took care of some of those that would typically fall into that bucket.
The word I heard used, these were the critical needs.
Mission critical.
Mission critical.
It's the total recommended that. I wasn't paying attention to the color chart as you're going through. Those were highlighted on your PowerPoint, the ones that were.
Those are
recommended?
ARPA.
Yeah, okay, so everything's ARPA's,
So, yeah, I mean, I pretty much had
Right.
a funding source on all of them.
right, yeah.
Or either a FY 25 to review, but those were our.
So the total recommended was ARPA.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
I have a question, you have to go back to Lee Street. So I wrote down here that they think the total project now is gonna be about 500,000. that it was 350 and it's gone up to about 500 because we have to go back and we have to do the redesign and the permits have expired plus inflation. But we don't have a funding source now because we have to do the redesign. Is that my understanding? Because it's gonna
We still
take
have
longer
money,
now.
we still have money in the design budget, with our engineer. There is
But I
still,
I think I can
enough
answer
to do the
that.
project to get it done
I think
this year.
I can answer that. When
Okay.
you and I initially talked about it, we talked about using ARPA as the funding source. Our problem with ARPA is we have to spend the money by a certain period of time. If we've got to go back to the drawing board, redesign the project, we've got to spend that ARPA money, so it's no longer available. Right. So,
Okay, so that
we have
means-
the design money, but as far as construction, we would have to fund it.
And we had 350 set aside in this fiscal year budget from general fund.
From fund balance.
Fund
So
balance.
I don't see why if council obligated the 350 out of fund balance last year that they wouldn't allocate 350 or some amount necessary to fund Lee Street. Once we know what it's gonna cost.
Okay.
I put 500 out there. What do I know?
Okay, and is the redesign is it been put out for processing?
no, it's with the same designer.
Okay.
And
it's
so
not
I'm just waiting to
in-house.
hear back from.
Okay, all right.
And I think our initial 350 maybe wasn't based on all facts and circumstances initially.
I was gonna say, wasn't the 350 just for sidewalks in general, right?
Yeah, we
Okay.
didn't allocate it specifically to this,
Okay.
but that was one of the really high priority items that I know we were.
Do we always contract out the sidewalk design or do we sometimes do it in-house?
Contracted out.
And is that because we don't have the expertise or we don't have the time?
A little bit of both in the software because they have to generate construction drawings and plans, but of course, get the survey, prepare the plans. Yeah, it's just easier to contract it out.
I think in the past, with some of the smaller jobs we've done, and I'll say,
Right.
the larger ones, I think it's just feasible to contract it out.
Yes.
Because, other things are small, but they got, people do a lot of work. They do a lot of work, stuff. So it's like, one of the things I want to ask Lee, every time that we set aside a sinking fund, capital needs.
So we had, we attempted to designate a capital fund, in our fund balance. We put $500,000 there as a starting point and never added to it. So it literally went from audit to audit to audit, to audit of the capital fund, but we never added to it, so.
And another thing too, are we getting what is adequate for us? Some of these big capital needs with our impact fees.
I mean, it certainly helps. It doesn't cover everything. The thing with impact fee is you're using that for, I guess, growth. You can't use impact fees to buy police vehicles. You can't use impact fees to replace Mark's equipment. So that's really, I think, the piece that we're lacking. Our facilities maintenance, we've talked about that a lot. We don't really have a funding source to, repaint town hall or replace the floors or fix our elevators. I think that's the biggest hurdle we have.
And so we aren't able to change the impact fees like we did just recently with Boston Rec. To create more money.
So I think, yeah, we're.
It's maxed out.
It's maxed out, yeah, yeah.
And all that's but that's
Yeah, as far as what we can spend it on, yes, sir.
We could implement infrastructure impact fees.
good. Somewhere we could develop a sinking fund. Separate fund, related to one.
I agree, and I think that's what we talked about before is, when we get to budget time, do we look at this small surplus we had and potentially add that to a capital fund instead of rolling it in the fund balance, which is what we've typically done in the past?
Maybe you take half of that and put it in the capital fund and half of it you designate to, for current year capital, because it's kind of like starting your savings account. You still have to pay for your normal operating expenses along with trying to start saving.
Yeah.
So, maybe you do something like that.
We've got one baby on our hands, we have to start thinking of ways to preserve some money, some future needs. 100% what I'm saying is, and, I know the state legislature is trying to pass something that I agree with, but may not be popular with them both. They were trying to pass it. It was in the news. What they plan to do is when people move here, they've got like 90 days or so, it's they're like Ohio, South Carolina, 35 Carolina, South Carolina. And, if they were going to change the tax to switch your license here to $500 per the one coming in from the north. But, it has some merit to it because I think the problem is happening to us now is we're very popular. The whole state of South Carolina. So, and I understand that, if they pass something like that out of Florida. A lot of people come south. Yeah, well, they come to places that, yeah, it's true. Well, the half by South Carolina.
Any other comment? This is my last slide, right?
Do
yeah.
we have the ability to do the small, like small sidewalk projects in-house? Do we still?
We can, whereas it's a short section, maybe connecting.
Yeah.
Another one, we could do that. But if it's a brand new sidewalk along the stretch of road.
On the Leach Street sidewalk situation, do those connect, are those connecting to other sidewalks?
Yes, it connects up to the one on King Charles Circle to the trail on Bacon's Bridge Road.
That's very good.
All right, any other comments, questions for Ms. Rhonda? Thank you, Ms. Rhonda. Excellent.
Thank you to all of y'all department heads. I know I kind of just threw a lot of stuff at you. Thank you.
I guess if we're going into executive session, that's the end of the big group. And everybody's going back to work. So before we do that, Lenny, don't go anywhere. Okay, before we do that, I think it'd be appropriate, since it's been a big day. Any parting thoughts? We'll round Robin all the way around. Any parting thoughts? We'll start with you since you stood up.
Oh, no, that's very educational. I don't really have any parting thoughts right now. We talked about the flex schedule. I'm glad y'all brought that up, and we can certainly look at that because for years, I was used to kid. I used to win employee of the month because I was the only employee in my department. I have two now, so we can definitely look at that, and we can be one of the pilots, I think, and try it. But after my employee just got a new addition to their family, so after that's all settled and everything, maybe we'll look at that.
I don't really have anything to add other than, we talked about the visioning process. I think that's gonna be a very important piece for us, to follow through on whether we do it ourselves with countywide. I think it'd be better to do it if we can with the county, but, something that, has to be worked out and cooperation. As far as the employee retention, that type of thing, it's, I think it's a little tougher for our department, in terms of handling that, just because, we do cross train. We have that, but, I know, some of us have kids or things where we have to get home by a certain time, so working 10 hours isn't a possibility for us. So it may work certainly for certain other departments, but I don't know if it can be across. But I think it's a great thing to consider for everyone.
Yeah, I think it was a great day, a lot of good discussions. It's good to know that council is thinking of these employee retention items. I wasn't aware of that before, and so I can bring back and let the others know in my department, like, Okay, these are being discussed and it's appreciated.
That's it.
I think there's a few things we can discuss with that, actually make things better, especially with retirement systems and adding on to our assurances and. I would like to discuss or get with council later on about the pilot program that I'm wanting to start with the yard debris pickup. I've talked with other municipalities. I'm reaching out, trying to do a little bit of studying and trying to get my stuff together with that. See how they're doing with it, see if it's working for them. If we can save buying 3 pieces of equipment and buying one to do the same job, it doesn't make sense. Up front, I just, before I pitch it and get it really started, I want to make sure that I can get it done. Which is why I'd like to do a pilot program in certain neighborhoods to see. But I'd like to talk with y'all more about that later on. There's more time and see what your thoughts are on that.
Too long.
Ma'am?
Don't wait too long to tell us.
Yes.
Think we're gonna be outvoted?
For me, I know for a fact that my employees appreciated the generous increase that we received last year. And so I hope moving forward that we can continue to stay competitive with other cities and towns and counties in our area. And keep up also with the cost of living because, 3 or 4% doesn't do it anymore. So, I always go to bat for my guys, man, they work hard, they do a great job. So I want to make sure that they're compensated and that we can retain those good workers here in our town and pay them accordingly. But thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Same, with the compensation was well appreciated across the board in the job. I want to thank y'all for being patient with me, picking up on this, trying to learn a whole lot. This wasn't my forte, so I was always on the other side of the wall. But I appreciate everybody being patient with me.
No comment other than, I'm a resource to all of y'all, so if y'all's websites or anything with public information you need me, use me, I'm here for you.
I just say, I'm excited about the future, some exciting projects coming down the pipe and just thank the staff and council and mayor for the support.
Great discussion today. It was a great day all the way around. Been sitting in these meetings now at a brief pause of about 6 months, but sitting on these at a different side of the table now. But one thing I am interested in, the discussions have always been great at these meetings, and it's something I'm very interested in is action behind the discussion. So look forward to just let's make something happen. We got a lot of work to do. As y'all saw today, and we've seen every year, we cannot afford to kick any more cans down the road. We're kicking as many as we can right now. So we've got to move that needle, continue to move the needle. We took a big step last year with the 8%. We wanted, y'all wanted to go 10 last year. I think, we have to take another look at that as well, because that's, while we went 8 last year, municipalities around us went 10. So, we're just far behind, but further every year. So just look forward to continuing on, pressing ahead.
Yes, sir.
Making things happen.
May I yield my time to.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for, I know between me and Rhonda and Dan, we kind of crunched everybody in the last few days to put information together. Turns out we really didn't have a need for a budget adjustment, but I think this was good preparation for our meetings in April. So hopefully this will alleviate some of the pressure too on the next year's budget. So thank you.
I'll say, I'm gonna kick it over to Miss Rhonda and work back this way.
I've said enough, but I do want to thank all of y'all, and it's definitely a we. And as we sit here and all of us department heads listen to everybody else's needs, if you see an opportunity to share resources or do something that can help the efficiencies, even if it's across department head lines, then I think that we have opportunities for that and that we should really consider that.
I think as a town, I think it's great that we come together and we're finally taking a more forward look and approach at our capital needs, both
mission critical now stuff as well as the long-term things. I think that long-term development has maybe not moved as fast as it should, but I think we're getting to where we need to be. And I think also acknowledging that in addition to our capital, our greatest resource, our people, is still on the forefront of everybody's minds, and keeping that up, I think is great. And no, I think we're moving in the right direction. It's exciting to see where we're gonna go.
Well, I missed half the meeting, so I'm not so sure what happened. But the second half, y'all did great, I can tell you that. I really, and this is more from a constituent, born and raised constituent in Town Center, so I'm very impressed and proud of y'all for doing as much as y'all have done with like the lack of resources y'all had. Because when I see like 2,000 additions of vehicles and equipment and y'all are still doing it, I'm sure they're down a lot, like, thank you, like as a constituent for doing what you do, and y'all don't complain, that's the other part, there's no complaints, there's no infighting, and so, I don't know, I'm very proud of all of y'all being a part of the community and helping us out, so thank you. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us the opportunity. I think it's been a great day. I think the number that stood out to me the most, there were a lot of numbers today, was when Cassie shared that tourism is a $1.9 billion industry in our state. And of course, you guys would know that I would pick up on that. But I mean, parks and recreation can be a major economic driver, and it should be. It can generate a lot of revenue for our town. It can pay them for a lot of our public safety, road, sidewalk projects if we invest in the right things. So I'm encouraged by the leadership that we have. I think that y'all understand the value in that, and I'm very excited for the future.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very excited and optimistic for what this team can accomplish together. I think we all have our hearts and our minds in the right places. And it's welcoming to see, and it makes it more comfortable for someone who's new in a position like this, to go up and talk to someone else in another department head, and because you guys are teammates. I honestly enjoy it. I didn't think I would as much, but I really do, I do value this team for sure.
Wow, I mean, the last council, obviously getting us the raises that were overdue and still lacking thereof in some ways, many ways. The current council, for kicking off the whole public safety complex, port, police, fire, actually executing, there was, instead of talking, we actually started moving on some things with the last council, in this council. Just the idea that we're sitting here talking about recruitment and retention, that's the biggest issue facing public safety in my experience. Nothing more frustrating to get on social media and see that your neighbors literally down the road that are hiring people at 25,000 more a year than we're able to do. And we always talk about, I'm gonna bring it up. Mayor Berlin used to say, is why would I pay a man 10 cents an hour when I could pay him 7 cents an hour, do the same job? We can't think like that anymore. Your employees watch everything that the council does. I think you have the best staff that you could possibly have. What I don't like hearing is when people say, well, that's because they have that tax base, or they have this, we are the gold standard. And I think we proved that because with little we have, we provide better services across the board than everybody else, and with a smile. And I've had some people ask me, like, why do you, not me, but they ask my guys, why you guys staying there when we come here and make this money? I says, because the way we're treated by our town government and the people who work here or live here. And so that goes very far with us, but that can only go so far. So thank you for that. Thank you for the retention idea. I think we're way behind comparing ourselves to other municipalities, counties with different things we could do to make it more appeasing and desirable to stay here for a longer period of time and retire here. Obviously, I put all my eggs in this basket, 27 years ago, and I don't regret it a bit. But thank you guys for supporting us.
Same for me. The raises last year were huge. For the first time, I felt like that don't have to worry about the surrounding jurisdictions as much. It's going to take my people when they get their license. That was it for me.
This is probably not what you were asking for, but I just want to say, I
have worked for and managed in a number of organizations, including some very, very large ones. And seen some really talented managers, but this group of department managers is phenomenal. And consistently, Lisa and every one of them, right down the line. And the potential is amazing. They know their departments, they know their people. They have their best interests of both their people and the organization. I think this mayor and council is very interested in collaborating and being effective. So I encourage you to do so because it truly is a phenomenal group. So, thank you.
I just want to say, I am really so proud of all of the department heads, everyone in here. I noticed all of you are engaged. You can tell you all care about your job and what you're doing. And I'm really, really impressed by all the leaders in here. And you guys are the leaders. You're the backbone of our town. And I am really happy to work alongside you. You all have a little different perspectives. I've met with a lot of you one-on-one and heard your perspective. And so then it's our job as council to kind of take the different perspectives and initiate the change that you all want to see, taking into account everyone's different perspective. But I can't tell you, I'm just truly impressed by all of you. So thank you.
Well, I think I've already said too much, but I do want to thank the team. You guys really are the town. Our job is only to provide you what you need to do what you want to do. And I have never been with a group as big as this that didn't have bickering and back roads. And we need all of you, Lisa, to keep on
Most of you know me, I've known all these guys since they were youngsters, and some of them getting gray hair now. But talking about the employees, I've had some opportunities to have some employees come to me and were unwilling to, they thought they were being mistreated, that sort of thing, they try to be that way. So I can truly say that I have never met an employee for the town of Thornville that I did not like. So that's based on experience. I think, I hope all of the employees feel well that they're with us in many cases because of the way the council relates to them from the mayor on down, that we're willing to do what we've got to do. Stretch and strain the budget to get you what you need so that you can do your job that better and be satisfied here and give us longevity. You know, what Doug just mentioned about the raise and Mr. Bryan, really good because it was a strain for us. It was hard to get that done, but we got it done. And I think if you stick with us, we'll find a way to find some money, you know, Yankee tax or something. We'll get you the next raise. And don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against Yankees. Thank you, Mary. Some of my good friends, some of the people that are moving here, they are beneficial on ways because, like Mary and I were talking about 4% versus 6% versus 10.5%. So we need to try to amass as much 10%, 6% money as we can. Even like in my district, in District 1, we've got Central Avenue, and a lot of people are moving from residential. They're changing their property, they want to rezone into commercial. And I can't really go against that because we need the money, we need 6%. And I'm hoping that we move along, we'll find a way to focus on more industrial money that was on in. There's an opportunity, I think, on Maple Street, Jessica speak to the field headquarters there. I think they're going to turn that into some kind of commercial pricing where we will maybe get some 6%, hopefully a 10.5% money. So we'll use that money to do what we've got to do. So just stick with us, guys and girls. I think you'll be blessed.
And I think everybody pretty much said everything, so I don't have too much to say. I just want to, I did thank several of you around Christmas time, because I'm really good friends with Frosty. And I sent him ahead to give you guys, and sorry that he didn't make it to all the departments. Maybe next year he will.
Awesome. Miss Beth was trying to hide back there, but thank you, number one, for all you do to set things like this up in our lunch. Any parting thoughts?
I'm good.
Well, I'll just say, thank you again for your participation, being prepared, for your professionalism and excellence in the way you serve our customers. I feel like everybody has a unique set of skills and gifts that makes this team extremely strong when we work together. So let's keep our communication high, our attitudes positive, and keep up the good work as we move forward. So thank you so much. You'll have a good day.
Motion for a second.
Yeah.
For executive session.
Say aye. Ready, executive session.